We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, który obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to our Aviation Hub Pomerania Conference. Day 2 is on today. Let me begin with introducing Maciej Schulz, Business and Intelligence Manager at Boeing here in Gdańsk. Maciej is going to recap on day 1. Maciek, if you're ready, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Julia. So thank you for the introduction. I've got this unique pleasure to host a recap. I'll take you for a shared journey through what we had yesterday, and I'll open the day 2. So to start with, I'd like to thank you all for joining us during the day 2, which is going to be more devoted to the innovation and technological issues and challenges and solutions. To start with, I'd like to refer back to our little agenda gap we experienced yesterday. Actually, this is a perfect example of how actually the aviation industry itself were influencing the logistics of organizing this conference. So we're supposed to host a guest speaker who is a pilot, yet the aircraft he's been flying got grounded at Paris Orly. And that was kind of a safety issue. And with safety issue, there's no discussion in aviation. It's like a crucial part of our industry. So we didn't have any kind of conversation. Hey, Dominic, can you give us the presentation maybe from a pilot's cockpit? No, he was like fully focused on fixing the safety issue. Right now, they flew back to Sofia with open lower wheeler deck. So that was serious. We got agile, so I'd like to thank the Aviation Hub team for all the efforts covering the gap. So we try to adapt to current situation, this highly fluctuating environment, which is the aviation industry itself. To be honest, we as the key players, leaders in the aviation industry, right now are working to recover from the COVID crisis. Actually, to get through it, this kind of approach of being agile, being adaptive is essential. Maybe you will see the COVID traces forever. It has changed our lives. It has changed the face of traveling itself. But that was at the same time the moment the whole aviation industry stood together in one line, like airlines, aircraft bodies manufacturing, cabin crews, pilots. All of these entities tried to invest the collective effort of getting us through it. Innovation is one of the key countermeasures we can implement. And actually, there's kind of quotation by Winston Churchill, which I really like. So never waste a good crisis. I mean, using the word good in terms of crisis is usually not the best solution, but it's definitely the opportunity. And we need to approach every crisis as the opportunity to be better, to improve, to go forward. Right now, we can ask question, who is winning? And here I do not mean actually the market competition. Here I mean fighting the crisis. And actually, the ones are winning who are losing the least. And actually, these are the ones, entities, companies, organizations who are the most adaptive. We've already seen new technologies emerging as the result of the COVID hit, like advanced self-service, biometrics, e-passports, e-commerce, virtual events. All of these spaces started to grow. And I even have like a cool example from a Boeing side for you. One of our products, which is Jeppesen crew rostering application, at some point of the pandemic crisis, was offered to the one of Swedish hospitals because someone identified the similarities of the environments, of very complex factors needed to be taken into consideration, like a human fatigue. They discovered these little similarities and did their best to adapt what they had to implement it for the greater good. And this was like a great example of having the wider picture and using the existing tools to face real challenges. That was the moment how aviation was employed for the greater good. Aviation itself undergone massive development. So we went through the pretty long and bumpy road from learning to fly faster, fly higher, fly heavier planes to the moment we are having over 400 departures each hour. Of course, these numbers has been impacted by the COVID, yet this will grow and there's no doubt about it. And the growth carries some burden, the burden of challenges, the burden of creating a world without the barriers, improving the connectivity, being responsible for part of the transportation business, which is a huge enabler to the businesses. And please forgive me if I'm using kind of cliches here, but I'll let myself to be kind of idealistic here. So we are somehow responsible for growing the whole world. And these safe spaces of cooperation, that was another intent behind of Aviation Hub. The intent was to create a space of healthy cooperation, flow of ideas, growing together as subject matter experts in the aviation industry, and to grow this industry in our Pomeranian region. So, coming back to the content of what we experienced, what we've heard yesterday, Edita Wielgosz took us on a little ride through the distribution center story. And here, I mean, the challenges of distribution centers are pretty obvious after COVID hit. So materials are more expensive, production is much slower. Even we as like a hiring entity, hiring company, when we are planning new roles, new hires, we need to take under consideration the amount of time for the laptop delivery. The shortage of microchips is overwhelming. But on the other hand, COVID is not only about the decreases. Let's consider the example of air cargo. We've seen 7% growth in August in respect to pre-COVID levels. So the solution is pretty simple. People are ordering things online. And this dynamics shows that COVID is not about only decreases and limiting. You can see these little wins you can identify, take the excess out of it and implement the excess, the spaces we are having gaps. So this is another approach helping us face the crisis. Then we had a great presentation about e-connected flights. So Dirk-Jan Bas took us on a short journey with e-connected flight bags, electronic flight bag, and e-connected flight itself. The little remark about the abbreviations resonated, Dirk, with me very well. I've got this, I think that the bigger the company, the bigger is some hidden secret team working on some special abbreviations to make things more complicated a bit. I mean, things need to be fluid and fresh. Let's forgive it. But sharing the data, which was mentioned during the presentation, is another perfect example of cooperation in aviation world. I mean, the sharing of the data is crucial for the whole travel experience the passenger is having. So starting from buying a ticket and ending opening your doors to your apartment, carrying some shoppings from the duty-free shop is the whole journey. And plenty of entities, companies, different contributors and different contributors, parts of aviation business are participating. And the flow of it, the improvement of the flow is very crucial for improving that experience. There's a huge discussion about cloud services, blockchain, and how we can actually implement these. I wonder what will bring in future. Then we had another cool story about cybersecurity, which is inbound within drones. I mean, every new tool, every innovative approach carries some challenges. And here, I think that cybersecurity challenges within drones, which I think can be considered as an ultimate tool of the future, can be reflected by lack of legislation. I mean, the whole aviation industry is defined by audits, tight processes. It's all about safety. And the whole UAVs industry is becoming very inbound and massive part of it. We'll see more crowded skies very soon, definitely. And we need to work collectively on the legislation part, definitely. Then a short HR panel we experienced. This discussion resonated with me very well. I consider myself as a generalist, so these topics, how we can manage the talent pool in aviation resonated with me very well. I mean, the aviation industry is very diverse. We need very various skill sets. And still there are plenty of roles requiring like a little part of each skill set pool. Recently, we had an opportunity to host Guillermo Miranda, the Boeing Chief Learning Officer. And that was actually his message about the future skills. In Poland, we've got an approach that during the early years, we are able to define ourselves on more humanistic ones or more science-oriented. I would ask you to leave that behind you. I mean, you can effectively use skills from both pools easily. and I highly encourage you to do so. Then topic directly related to sustainability. Sustainable aviation fuels will be crucial for our future. I mean, in every report created by any aviation authority or big aviation company, after the first place, which is like COVID recovery, we're having the sustainability challenge as number 2. I mean, by 2050, 2/3 of the world will live in the cities. We need to be ready for the increasing density of flights. We need to be ready in terms of innovative approaches and in terms of redefining the new mobility concept, which is called. At the same time, we have to say it loud, aviation is a contributor to global warming. We cannot, in a way, neglect it. We cannot skip this topic. I mean, you see plenty of convergence in terms of Boeing reports, United Airlines sustainability reports, BP reports. We need to take responsibility for it and work with innovation to cover it. I really enjoyed the concept that food-based fuel is somehow prohibited in terms of sustainability concept. This is the futurism, this is the humanistic approach. And I would highly encourage you as leaders in aviation industry, be driven by the idea, not be forced by legislation, because it's coming, definitely. Then a short meeting about how to implement innovations in the aviation industry by Space3AC. I really love the fact that you are building kind of societies around problems. Then you're building on this one another level of network. So we are building a network of societies. And there's like kind of a free flow exchange of ideas, exchange of frameworks, exchange of approaches. So this approach actually we need and will be very crucial for the future of aviation. To top everything up, amazing presentation about acrobatic flying. I mean, I hold huge respect. I think I would not handle these levels of stress and precision. But I'd like to refer to the goals which were mentioned and the way we define goals. I mean, during this conference, we had an audience goal, which most likely we won't be able to reach. But the aviation is not about the quantity, it's about the quality. And here I'd love to state that each connection you make, this is why we are doing it. And each connection, each little connection you make during breakout rooms, during the discussions, each portion of knowledge you acquire, this is why we're doing it. And this is definitely worth it. I think that's all from me for today. I'll be passing the voice to Angela Kozłowska, Lufthansa Assistant Poland. So amazing presentations with a great title, How to Manage 10,000 Customers Requests Daily Without Going Crazy. It even rhymes. So can't wait to pass the voice. Thank you for the patience and waiting for the first real speaker. Have a great day. Thank you all.
Hello, everyone. Thanks, Maciej, for introduction. I will share my screen. Let me know if you can see it. Can you see it?
Hi, Angela. Yeah, we can see your desktop. We cannot see the presentation yet. Yeah, we can see the presentation now.
Perfect. So we can start. So hello again, everyone. At the beginning, I have to admit that I'm very excited about my presentation today, mainly because the topic I will talk about is a great example of how a real business problems and needs can be solved by technology and digitalization itself. It will show you how we could reduce cost in crisis situation and allow for setting up, let's say, new reality. Probably here everyone is aware how for many industries, COVID-19 has brought a new set of challenges, especially for aviation industry, right? So operating costs have increased because of the additional health and safety protocols, cost of manpower and technology. For documents, verification has become an incremental expense. Almost all countries included certain mandatory health documents in their travel entry regulations. Both the restrictions and documents may vary totally from country to country, and I will show you in a while what I mean by that. And you have to know that it was and still is the responsibility of every carrier to ensure that the passenger who did not meet the requirements of the country he's traveling to simply cannot enter the destination country. Therefore, all needed documents must be checked for validity before departure. Otherwise, the airline would have to face huge penalty fees. Specific border entry, like I said, these travel regulations may vary totally among different countries. The need to check the COVID-19 health documentation is causing significant delays during the journey for the airlines and other travel providers, as well as traveler. As you can read here, at the end of June and at the beginning of July, passengers had to wait in even 6 hours lines before departure. And unfortunately, still, despite some improvements, this waiting time is still very long. So I heard even that many airports notify their passengers to arrive a few hours earlier to verify documents, or even the waiting time at the airline's call center is up to 3 hours. And this is why ordinary passport, based on the research, checks up to 2 to 4 minutes per person. But along with COVID-related documents, this time increased suddenly up to 12 even minutes. So to minimize this time, improve the process from customer perspective, and at the same time guide our customers through the jungle of forms and requirements, we, as Lufthansa Group, in March this year, set up a special team at Porto Service Center. And the main task of these agents was to analyze the documents, validate them against the restriction during the passenger check-in process, and put OK to travel if everything was OK or not. But as you can expect, this also takes an enormous effort when done manually, especially now, as we currently receive around 12,000 requests daily on average, which amounts to 1.5 million documents every month. And one request may contain even up to 10 documents, depending on the amount of connection flights in one request, and the number of certificates needed per specific country. Starting with only 8,000, anyway, it was a huge number of documents to process because almost 1 million each month. Considering that one request, based what I've learned from them, from the agents, is analyzed by them up to 5 minutes, depending on this complexity I mentioned, and amount of provided documents, it's about 460 hours dedicated solely to COVID requests. Full workload, let's say, for 57 people. Therefore, the initial assumptions about having about improving only the form itself to allow the passengers for uploading the documents were insufficient. We had to focus on a solution that could help us automate the entire process and at the same time improve the customer experience by responding to the passengers in seconds, immediately, not hours or days. And this is how our project started, the Test 19 digitalization project. It was March, and we actually had 4 months until the season, so until July, to design and develop a solution to optimize and shorten this request handling time. At the beginning, we were aiming for process automation of around 30% incoming requests. As a digital delivery lab, we were and still are responsible for delivering and develop the solution that helps our whole organization by automating this end-to-end verification process of travel documents, and at the same time to shorten the wait time for flyers and reducing the strain for airlines in place. The solution we created can be broken down actually into 4 main steps, which is building, so creating this restrictions database, collection, so when we collect all the documents from our passengers, validation, so the core of this process, and then okay to travel, so the passenger is able to download the boarding pass. So first, build. So managing all the travel restrictions is one of the biggest challenges of this project, due to the fact that this is the constantly changing part. And these changes are really not always easy. Very often, they have a huge impact on changing the whole system logic and even integration. And a great example, I think, is even how we started, because by mid-June, all restrictions required only the COVID-19 tests. And no one was talking about the vaccinations at all. Despite the fact that vaccinations started in Europe, I guess it was January, the number of vaccinated people was so small that no country decided to have such a restriction even. So in fact, we didn't know how they can be constructed, how the documents will look like. So for validation, it was impossible to predict because we didn't know what will be required, or even how this, what numbers of doses we will have, and so on. So what changed in July, actually, and then vaccination turned out to be one of the alternatives, and it was 2 weeks before our solution release. So this is how we started, and currently we serve around 94 countries. Each of them has on average 2 restrictions. Now, I would say even more. However, there are almost 500 combinations of the alternatives per each restriction that are the basis for the analysis and validation. And by alternatives, I mean what you can see here in the 3rd column. So different options that you need to fulfill to get the positive answer for your request. So for example, to enter Austria, you have 6 options. You either have PCR test and similar, where you have 72 hours time period, and you can have also 4 options for vaccination certificate. So if you don't have a confirmation that you don't have COVID with the COVID test, you can provide documents that prove you were vaccinated with Moderna, Astra, and so on, with 1, 2, 3 doses. And of course, it depends if you are just with 1 dose, then the minimum time you have to have after this first dose, it's 14 days before departure. Same apply for Johnson, because we only have only 1 dose. But we also have no restrictions. So if you are below 12, you don't have to provide any documents. And as you can see, on the second column, we have a restrictions list. And here you can see that for one of them, for one restriction, PLF is needed, for the second not. And you can also see that it's not even like country restriction. We have to remember that we should focus on location, because for example, like Portugal, to enter Madeira, you have totally different restrictions. Therefore, restrictions is on route level. Another example of the alternatives that can happen, you can see here. And you can see that to enter Germany, if you are less than 12, similar to Austria, actually you need only PLF document. If you are specific nationality, you can provide either antigen or PCR test, and additionally also PLF, unless you are not vaccinated, because if you are with Pfizer, Moderna, or Astra, and here we can see only 2 doses, or Johnson 1 dose, you don't have to worry to enter Germany. Same situation if you're just transiting. In this case, you also don't need anything, but this means for us additional check in our logic that needs to be done. And it means that we have to calculate if time of arrival and departure not exceed this 24 hours. And to be honest, it's actually not only 24 hours, because you can see here how this alternative looks like from inside. So first of all, we have general requirements, means only people who meet this criteria are allowed to meet these restrictions in order to enter the country. So in this case, only US residents who have a transiting connection for selected routes, so they leave country within 24 hours, can have only COVID test. And this test has to be performed in certain amount of time before departure. Here we have 24 hours before departure. So this test has to be performed. This certificate has to be also written down in specific language and for the specific types of this test. And also in this document, you should have your date of birth. Otherwise, the document will be rejected. I know it's a lot of information, and probably at this stage you are probably lost with the amount of information, but let me clarify. I mentioned only really roughly just 3 countries. And like I said, we have now 94, and in many cases we should focus on routes instead of just countries. So also what is really crucial here to mention that these requirements can change on a daily basis. And therefore, we have the agents in this Health Entry Support Center in Porto, which works 24/7, and they are responsible for tracking changes and updates all the restrictions and alternatives directly in the restriction portal, so we can verify all the documents at the same time. And generally, we can say that each restrictions consist of one PLF document, which every traveler must fill to get the specific country. And as you can see, these documents differ from each other up to the country, even up to the location. They can take various forms. Sometimes it's just a QR code, which we also must read the data to be able to validate. But also we can have the handwriting, which should be also recognized somehow. So, but how we validate them, I will tell you for a while. We also have this vaccination certificate, and here you can see the examples of it, different in different countries. Some of them actually contain this date of birth, some not. Sometimes we have QR code, sometimes not. So it really depends. Test certificates, another example of differences. And here I would say the biggest differences we have on proof of recovery, because here we either have a list or declaration from doctor that the passenger actually recovered from COVID, or we have really great example of form with QR code, which is much easier to validate, right? Okay, so once we already have this country logic set up in our system, we can start collecting all these documents. So this is exactly the moment when the passenger can upload his COVID documents. And I would say this also was kind of challenging part because of the GDPR, so General Data Protection Regulation. We are classifying because of the passenger medical data as the highest level restrictions. So therefore, we had to done much more things at the beginning, I mean, to meet the requirements and so on. Our most important goal is that our passengers are aware of the current requirements in a proper time before departure, so they still have enough time to upload or obtain missing documents, since this is the only way to proceed directly to the gate at the airport, which is actually, I guess, convenient for our guests and relieves the workload at the airports. For most of the destination, we currently have our passenger can send us the required entry documents relating to coronavirus via webpage. You've probably seen on this movie during the check-in process. The webpage currently is accessible for 3 airlines, such as Lufthansa, Swiss, Austrian. This week we released is also Brussels. This in numbers. So see
So hello everyone, we're facing some technical difficulties with the sound. We're waiting for our speaker to log in again. So whatever questions you might have for this regarding this presentation or any other topics, please use this
Hello?
opportunity.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello,
Hi Angela, we can hear you.
and will actually stop to hear me? Hello?
We couldn't hear you for a while. Now we can hear you back.
It's actually strange because it looks like someone mute me. I don't know.
I don't
Okay, so
think so. Okay, sorry.
Where
Go ahead.
Okay, but I actually, can you say where I stopped? Because it's really hard for me to say this. What was the last thing you've heard? Hello?
Yes, we're back. So the last slide was about requests in numbers. So if you could just go back to this point.
Okay. Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay. Let me share it again.
Yes, we can see your desktop.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and we can see your presentation now. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thanks. All right, so going back to this slide, 90% of the documents collected by our system are vaccination certificates. So you can see here actually how our initial assumption of focusing only on COVID test could turn out to be a super epic fail for the project, because only COVID-19 tests we have in 9% of all the documents we are gathering, and 1% for proof of recovery. And below, you can see that all the requests are mainly for 3 airlines. This week, we also have one more, which is Brussels. But as you can see here, 82% of the traffic goes to Lufthansa, 10% for Swiss, and 8% is Austrian Airlines. And now, depending on on whether the verification process was positive, the passenger can download the boarding pass immediately. However, if for some reason it's rejected, the request is redirected to the Health Entry Support Center for manual verification. We currently working also to have the respond to the customer directly to improve this customer experience. So here some logic also needs to be done to validate for which actually reason we should send them directly the response. Here, validation. So this is our third step. I would say the most crucial, complicated, and at the same time, magic part of our process, which starts here. The health documents that uploaded by the passenger and all data he provided needs to be validated by our system, and we name it COVID-DI. So here you can see our validation process. So every time when we receive the request, we first check the restriction for all direct routes. We check if status of the restriction is active for the automation process, and check all the alternatives that must be fulfilled. In case when status is inactive because for some reason for these direct routes we decided to inactivate the process, the request goes directly to our agents in Health Entry Support Center in Porto for manual verification. We also have a direct connection to IATA Timatic for automatic update in case restriction has been changed. And just to let you know, Timatic is used by airlines and travel agents to verify passengers' travel documents requirements for their destination and also the transit points. But going back to the automation process, after validating that there is at least one alternative that has been met, we check the optical character recognition detailed results. Here, handwriting recognition is possible thanks to the use of pattern recognition methods, which is classified actually as artificial intelligence. Each document that is in the scope for automation process must have both the match phrases, so first, last name, and so on. And the second very important part of validation is recognition fields. And we used to define if the documents provided is the right one or not. So each document has a separately defined unique phrases in specific place on the documents that must be detected for the positive validation. And here you can see this validation in numbers. So 50% of the requests currently are considered positively. So the passenger can download the boarding pass immediately during the check-in process. But there are still discrepancies and human factors issues in 25% of the requests. For example, if a date of birth is entered in the wrong format, the system initially couldn't handle it. Of course, this is something we can fix relatively easily on the technical side by defining more formats. However, it becomes more difficult if, for example, documents are in poor quality or a photo was taken at wrong angle, because there are simply things we cannot handle. So, and actually there are very too many possible variants which are constantly changing. So at least in each sprint, our system must learn some new things to better recognize formats and phrases and other possibilities. In the case of human errors, I would say the problem is with not knowing the restrictions. So very often, because like you can see here, 63% of rejected applications, it turns out that our passengers forget to add the PLF document. In 70%, it's rejected because of invalid certificate was submitted, and 20% is because of discrepancies between the data provided in the form via web page and the document that was attached. In case of rejections, like I mentioned, agents receive the email, and in this email, they can see the results that the request received in the automatic process. So thanks to this, they can verify much quicker whether the system correctly rejected the request or not, and respond to the customer in shortened time period. So, okay to fly, and this is the last step we are responsible for. So if the request is approved, and we can add okay to fly, and confirmation is added to the ticket, passenger receive an email notification that he's able to complete his check-in process and download the boarding pass. So then he don't have to wait in the queue at the airport. All right, so this is actually how our team in Digital Delivery Lab is helping to manage around 12,000 requests per day after 6 months project has been started. We've already managed to save a lot of time and at the same time, of course, the cost, taking into account that one request, like I said, takes up to 5 minutes, and half of them are proceed fully automatically. This means almost 400 hours are saved daily, considering only our agents' workload. Thanks to this, the agents can focus on improving the customer experience in many other areas. They can shorten the response time to the customer in case of manual verification. And it also allows us to reduce the cost related to hiring new employees and also decrease the cost of operation in general. So currently we are still working to improve the percentage of the automation process of the request, but this would be largely related to the elimination of this human error I mentioned, which would require, I would say, careful study of our passengers' thinking process. And in fact, we will be able to increase the usability of the form they use for uploading these documents. At the same time, we must be conscious and flexible because of the constantly changing restrictions, which are getting more and more complicated and dependent on the current pandemic situation. We also need to focus on analyzing new and changing documents in these restrictions. But thanks to this evaluation, we already have, I can say even now, we already managed to deliver a solution that is really universal and easily adaptable to every new circumstance and an upcoming future. So I really hope your next flight with Lufthansa Group will be easier thanks to our team. So thank you very much for your attention. I hope you can still hear me. Happy to hear your questions.
Thank you, Angela, so much for this overview. And right now we know what we can use when getting on board. So thank you for this solution. If you could switch your camera on, that would be great. If there is an issue, then that's
no.
perfectly fine. We do have some questions. So I can ask at least some of them.
To be honest, may I just interrupt you? I have that information that my video is disabled during screen sharing because of optimization. So
you can stop sharing the screen right now.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. I cannot see you yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're on. Great. So we do have some questions. Number one, what other interesting projects do you do at the Digital Delivery Lab that you can tell us about?
Oh, it's really interesting questions. I thought maybe it will be more related to the topic I was talking about. To be honest, we have only interesting projects in DDL. Like Digital Delivery Lab is an innovation part of Lufthansa Group that aims to upgrade the Lufthansa Group to new digital business models. One project that I can tell you about is actually, and I also luckily was part of this project, is Feedback AI. And here, by using the artificial intelligence as well, we are able to extract meaning from unstructured textual feedback from multiple channels like Google App Stores and also online surveys. So then at the end, we can see a dashboard with really powerful insights in numbers instead of only text. Another example of the project I don't know, maybe in other conference he had opportunity to see our Pepper robot. We used to use him to for such an event, and also to handle process at the airport. And here also we work with artificial intelligence as well as voice commands. Yeah, that's, I don't know.
Great,
Hello?
thank you. Yeah, I'm here. Thank you very much. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we have 2 more questions. You mentioned about the GDPR issue. What does this mean for the project that you were talking about? What, for example, you had to do to align with these rules?
So first of all, we had to, all the data we are processing are encrypted from start to finish. We also, during this learning process of OCR, the data we used was test data, or the data just was anonymized. It's also worth to mention that we don't store data, so they are deleted after the process is finished, and they are at the same time collected only in one place for the duration of analysis. Yeah. What else? We also, as a company, I would say we raise this awareness of data protection by having a periodic trainings in each team. Yes.
Great. Thank you very much. Last question. It looks like you must have been very agile looking at how these requirements change and how much time you had to deliver the first solution. So could you tell us about the team setup, how many people are working on this solution, and what methodology you use?
So we work in Scrum. Actually, I would say that most of the project in Digital Delivery Lab is working this way. We have 2-week sprint. Of course, because of the current situation, we had to work fully remotely. And our team currently has 4 backend developers, 1 front-end, and 1 tester, and 1 business analyst. So yeah, we had to be very agile from the very beginning because of this constant changing requirements. But I would say we handle it.
Perfect. Thank you.
You also feel this excitement of this that the project is really interesting.
Well, thank you so much. Now is the time to ask a last question. So if you have any more questions from for Angela, please go ahead. If not, then Angela, thank you very much again. It's been a pleasure listening to you. Right now we have 15 minutes till our next presentation, so please bear with us. You can stay online and watch our partner company videos. So thank you once again, and we hope to see you soon.
See you.
And testers, as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers, as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropolis in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Now it's time for our next presentation by Szymon Janikowski from Cyclad. Szymon, good morning. It's very good to see you.
Good morning.
Please let us know if you can hear us, if you can see us.
Yes, I do.
Because we can certainly see and hear you. So our next topic is development outsourcing versus domain-oriented tech consulting. See the difference. So please tell us about the difference. Szymon, the stage is yours. Please share your screen.
Can you see my screen? Hello, everyone.
Yes.
So I can't hear you right now, but I believe that you are there.
I'm still here.
Thank you. I really liked the last question of the presentation coming from Lufthansa Systems, from Angela, where someone asked about methodology of building such interesting solutions, right? Because now I will talk a little bit about our experience at Cyclad with building solutions and helping basically to build solutions a bit similar maybe to the one which we recently seen. And I'll share some experiences of us, what is important in case of cooperation with a third party from the perspective of a company working in aviation business, in air business in general. We as Cyclad, we are a company who has multiple years experience, far more than 10, I think even more, closer to 15 years experience, working with different partners in air and aviation industry, basically giving people for the projects, giving teams for the projects, and also building solutions for this kind of business, but not only, also for other partners from other types of business. And I am a consultant and also often a developer, architect, and also since a few years a trainer, cooperating with Cyclad. And I built various reservation systems for air industry, but also for on-road travel agencies. And I'm a big enthusiast of domain-driven design, which is an approach which we talk about a little bit, which is really useful in this kind of complex domains, right? What we've seen just before is shown that some complexities can appear out of sudden, for example, due to pandemic, right? We have seen lots of rules coming from outside suddenly, which we had to be implemented really swiftly and nicely. And as said, like Scrum is one nice methodology to implement such solutions. And I will talk about basically our experience working with similar projects and what is important in case of developers, partners, teams, and what is our experience, what works basically. So let's meet our team which sits in, let's say, some aviation company or air company or booking or company responsible for important reservation system. And this is like what typical team does when we meet it. So it converts user stories to code, right? This is what typical team does, right? No, not really, right? Like it's false. Let's take a more holistic view. Let's try to take a step back, because this is a common misconception about teams who focus only on just requirements. I will more on that in a bit. And let's take this more holistic view and say, okay, what is a team it's a black box, or not so black as we see it soon, which solves some kinds of problems. Right? So powered by money, it converts problems to solutions, right? And then think about what should be inside this box. So as an example, we can see, okay, problem, new requirements coming from like different countries, changing super fast. And then we need a solution, some nice, UI or some processes, everything, right? Not only a piece of software, but all the processes and like the business machine, which is solving this kind of problems. And team inside like this business, it's very clear, but it's not often so clear when we talk with different partners that this is not only software, but it's more big picture, right? Bigger picture. And it's basically often cannot be done alone, not only by one developer, especially, and another common misconception, but as by a team, not only team of developers, but also team of business people, right? So the source of problems, let's take this super holistic view, that it comes from market, right? So when we solve a problem, we need to be creative and invent like create our vision of solution, then convert it to some actions, tasks to do, whatever, user stories can be, but inside the box here. And then we need to implement it, right? And then we have the solution, which can also be put in the market, and then we profit, and this circle goes round, right? So we have more money potentially to feed the team and solve other problems, and so on and so on. So this is like the picture which we start with, and it's probably familiar for people, for everyone who could get in touch with agile approaches, right? And let's start again from the beginning, how to organize it. So when we have done some analysis, right, and established this vision, then it's time for implementing it. And this is where we usually act. Yeah, because like clearly vision is usually on the side of the company who invites external partners like us, right? So we are more on the implementation part. So let's take a closer look at this implementation part. And what you see, so we have some problems, probably already divided to some sub-problems. For example, like we need to have a deeper business analysis of some vision, verification that, for example, this kind of assumption that we can, for example, split, categorize all the requirements coming from law in a certain way. Okay, this has to be done. Even Angela told us that inside the team they had like business analysts. This is great, right? Because then it can happen inside the team. So similar picture, right? We have some problem, which is a business analysis, but of course there is some hard work to do. Like hard work, this can be also hard, but like this work, tech work, let's say, let's call it like that, which has to be done, implementing some backend solution, right, part, software, and maybe some front-end solution part, right? And let's imagine like that this team wants to externalize some part of this work and thinks about like let's say that they think, okay, front-end is really going crazy right now, nowadays. We need some specialists in this area. We don't want to hire in-house, and we need someone or some team who will do this, right? And depending on the size of the team and the size of the problem itself, we have seen various scenarios. But a common scenario which we have seen is that the companies externalize for example, the whole front-end development. Yeah, and I will give example of that very soon, right? So, okay, that's fine. We have some external team who does front-end development, and we have in-house team because like the business solution in complex domains like the aviation and air domains are complex enough to occupy lots of backend developers, probably even. And we really want to keep this in-house, this kind of backend related knowledge. And then we expose a nice API, and then the front-end developers just integrate with this API. And okay, it's going to work. Okay, sometimes it's going to work, but sometimes a problem arises which is causing bad effects on the output, on the solution side. And this problem is the communication barrier which arises when we externalize the whole development outside, right? And plus, if we divide the work to different teams which work completely independently, we put ourselves at risk that, you know, that we are going to be communicating really rarely. How? I will show you. And one remark is that, like, this is more important for solutions where you just deliver something which has to be more tightly integrated, not like more on that in the moment. What is bad about the communication barrier in here? When we have like, what is the problem, right? And when this problem hits us, or this is what I wanted to say, so I will get back to this. So when this problem hits us, what is the communication scheme when we have a setup like that? So let's see. We have this vision established on the business side, and then communicated often, very often, through some kind of requirements to the other side, to the partner side, right? And then they think about, okay, how to deliver this front end, for example, or how to achieve this kind of solution. They verify this with their the technical possibilities. Okay, check if it can be really implemented. And okay, sometimes they say, okay, this can't be implemented immediately, right? But what I've seen, what we have seen very frequently happening is an anti-pattern, which we call the communication through product and through the finished or semi-finished product. Is that basically the moment when the real communication happens is the demo. Yes, and what I wanted to say is that for many products which have to be tightly integrated with backend, for example, front-end backend, using this front-end example, but it's not the only example, of course, this is too late to do smart solutions which can improve user experience, which will allow us to collectively learn on our experiments inside Sprint and, you know, come with something really useful for the end customers. And I say this experience comes from, for example, applications which were booking engines. So booking engine is just used on daily basis by many people, different people, not ones who just are used to this kind of UI. So this has to be intuitive for such people. And in this case, like, this was causing real problems, right? That we just seen that the solution which we're getting is not as good as it could be because of this kind of communication scheme. And what is better? What can be done better? We think what can be done better is that the communication barrier has to be minimized, right, and crushed, and we should create this kind of feedback loop which goes continuously, communicating business vision and knowledge to the IT part, and then IT part communicating consistently and message about what is possible, what is verify the vision which is given from business, because very often IT people have the ability of making things precise, and business analysis as well. But this team who just does things, right? Making things precise, model things, and the effect of it should be communicated to the business side, the side who is responsible for the vision. And then we have the effect that even IT can propose some kind of unknown possibilities for business, come up with a smart solutions. For example, okay, between this front end and back end, we can have a special API request, which is going to improve very much the whole user experience, because we'll just do a little pre-check if, for example, this person can fly or not, basically on the list of documents this person has provided during the booking reservation flow. And then, even before really clicking some button, this person which has a prompt, and which this person will feel much safer during the process. That's just an example, right? So we no more communicate through the product, right? So we just communicate. This is as simple, but we have seen this not working in a few projects, right? So to crash, and what else? Coming back to this picture, like what we really want to avoid is to creating camps, right? I will get back to camps in a bit. So, for example, like backend camp and frontend camp. And backend camp, whose fault is it that the product is not delivered, right? Backend or frontend, who was fast? Like this is a thing which is called a big game by one of my favorite writers, Jerry Weinberg. And like this is the game which is played, in school by kids very often. And it's like who is better, who wants, who is basically more effective or faster, runs faster, whatever, right? And in mature environments, we are mature people, like doing more serious maybe things. It is, good that we focus on the bigger picture, right? On something which is really important, and the solution, which I just shown in the previous slide. And in Scrum, we cannot deny that the front end is part of a product, right? For example, right? So, and there is this quote, within a Scrum team, there are no sub-teams or hierarchies. It is a cohesive unit of professionals focused on the objective at the time. This comes from the Scrum guide, which is like the suggestion, I would say, or like the book about how Scrum should look like. Maybe, now a few modifications would have to be implemented to this kind of approach. And from our experience, it was always good to treat it as a good benchmark, but like be really smart and flexible about some of the rules, not too strict. However, it's a really useful source of guidelines for Scrum. And I find this guideline really important and useful. And so maybe it's better to just have one Scrum more often. One Scrum and one, which means that we have the daily meetings together, we have the demonstrations together, we do refinements together, right? All the meetings which really are crushing the communication barriers in this scenario. And basically, this requires to create more cohesive unit, right? So this can also be achieved if you want to externalize by handpicking developers from outside and like blending with them into your team, right? And this makes a team a cohesive unit. Yeah, well, unity. This is a word which is today, I think we have big problems with unity in many places, also in the social life. But basically, the people, the humans are used to using like making groups which are effective in solving things, at which communicate and deliver, right? So cohesive means heavily integrated, right? And we had an experience when we, on one of the projects really a few years ago, I think it was more than 6 years ago, had exactly these observations that if we want to do agile, and it was perfect case for agile, because as we know, not every project is fine for agile. If we have super clear requirements which will never change, maybe it's not worth the hassle to do the iterations and stuff. But if the requirements change, like this is another story. And we have this proposal from this customer, to start as a front-end team who externalize some part of work. And we have a dedicated business analyst and the product owner on the client side, who was abroad, right, in France. And we were in Warsaw, a team sitting together at this time. This was pretty normal. And we had some leader who started all the thing and a few developers. And at the beginning, what we proposed at the very start of the project, because they were hesitant to make a big team because of two locations, right? They were just, now it looks like completely not reasonable argument because we are all remote everywhere, right? But then they are hesitant. Okay, these guys speak French between each other. These guys speak Polish between each other. We don't really want create a one cohesive unit, basically one team out of them. We'll make these camps of front-end and back-end, and front-end will be delivered separately, back-end will be delivered separately, and this will work. And we agreed because there were reasons for that. But at the beginning, we proposed to create one Scrum team from product owner and business analyst, and on our side from the developers, as there was also doing some development. And we waited, but we shown openness to and interest to the backend part, which was developed here. And we proposed more and more solutions. Okay, maybe this can be implemented in backend. Maybe this can be implemented in backend like that, because we needed it, right? We needed it to deliver good booking engine for online travel agencies. We had lots of ideas doing the front-end part that we can just do something smarter when we integrate with backend through some API calls of some kind, structure the calls in a certain way, and so on and so on. And one day, we just woke up. Basically, we were invited to enlarge the team by a developer from the backend team, and we entered this kind of relationship with the customer that we started to know each other. Very nice pattern which was used there is that at the beginning of the project, the starting team flew and spent a few months together with the client in the same office in France. And then we started to work in, now it's called hybrid way, right? So we knew each other, and we tried to, grow this relationship. This certainly required some soft skills, not something which is clearly put on a CV of a developer as some tech which he mastered, right? This required some smart work, not, creating relationship between leader and developer and this side only. But what happened is that developers either created a few relationships, and what I've seen a relationship between business analysts and a developer, right? Between developers. This was the thing that we started to create a unit, right? A team, despite the fact that we were in two separate places. And one day, these developers, because they were quite strong developers and open for growth, they started to do the backend tasks with ease, and it made our cooperation flourish, and we took more responsibility on ourselves. And we thought what is behind this kind of mechanism. Well, one thing is that when we started working in a hybrid way, we started organizing these daily meetings in a way that we were doing stand-ups, right? So we gathered around a notebook, a laptop, which was laying on desk. And after a few meetings, we observed that we are like that, exactly like that. We look like that, but we didn't shoot as much as these guys afterwards. And okay, so what happened? We just extended our responsibility, right? So we had this slide is the logo which I put here is intentionally our previous logo, because this is coming real slide from one of the customer presentations when we just shown, okay, we were there at point A in time. After a few months, we were there, and maybe someday we will be doing also this, right? So we just started to think, okay, what needs to be present in the skill set of people to have this ability to create this kind of units and work really more effectively, and really leveraging the power of agile, right? This thing, still being an external developer, right? So afterwards, do you know what is that? Yeah, I don't hear you, of course, but this is the infamous virus who has this beautiful crown. And we cannot deny it is very effective and works in cooperation. But why I took this picture? Because we have this ball inside, blue core of this thing, and we have these adapters, these handles, which of course this core is required to and essential to replicate or whatever it does, but thanks to these adapters it's able to actually plug to appropriate other cell or whatever, right? So I made this association with a skill set of a developer or a consultant, how we call it, domain-oriented consultant, because in complex domains, this handle required to understand domain, I see it as a crucial one. Right? So we have this analogy, right? Bear with me. It's a little bit, yeah, but bear with me. So we have this core proficiency, which is like this blue ball, right? Inside, in the middle. And we have various supporting competencies who are like these handles. Without them, the cooperation will be really hard. Like, okay, so if you see a CV of a developer, like not all of them are listed there, right? So, but without core technical proficiency, for example, of the developer, this, like, the developer wouldn't be developer, right? It's like crucial and essential. But without these supporting skills, it's really hard to enter cooperation and blend and create this unity. Blend as a developer who is, for example, external and put inside some other team, which we do, things like that. It's harder for them to create a good, nice team with people who went to. But for example, a team which integrates into other team, as shown before, like it's even harder if we have these communication barriers. And today we have more communications barriers. And these kind of skills, especially the right side of them, is even more essential, as we probably notice from experience. So remote working skill set, we had started it a few years ago already, but also these soft skills, including the leadership. I will show how leadership is important in this picture because it allows us to achieve a second ambition of a Scrum development, which is doing one thing at a time and cooperating tightly on one thing at all. But all the other soft skills, especially in the remote times, just being focused not on big game and being better than this other developer in my team. I am smarter, he's not as smart as me, right? I win, hooray. Not this thing, but a cooperation and having a nice solution on the output, right? This is the reward, not the status in the team itself, right? This kind of soft skill, for example. So focus more on cooperation than the personal victories and ambitions. And being like double checking in written communication that there is no misunderstandings. You probably all know that now in written communication, in this all Zoom, Skypes, Teams, and chats, it's the amount of misunderstandings, noise, communication noise is much higher compared to just direct cooperation. And we need a special skill set to just be either one thing precise, second thing just positive about, and double checking and not be angry immediately if we see something. And last but not least, definitely, is the domain knowledge and openness to domain knowledge. And now I will talk more about this. Because the domain knowledge, is the thing which allows you to not integrate internally between developers, for example, front-end and back-end developers, but to integrate with business analysts and the people with vision, product owners, etc., to just create a good product, right? So this openness to listen to the domain knowledge and try to understand it and speak the language of domain knowledge to the business people without the technical noise, this is a unique ability which changes really many things and open many doors and builds trust, which is I think key factor to deliver really nice work and to have nice also atmosphere and cooperation inside the team. So one remark is that this kind of skill set, these adapters, the blue ones, right? They don't have to be very deep knowledge. It's like it has to be knowledge in it can be knowledge from this quadrant of knowledge. So we have known knowns. Probably you are familiar with this quadrant. I will talk very shortly about it. So known knowns is the things that you know that you know. So the things you're proficient with, and you probably know, can enumerate things, can categorize things, can teach things, can verbalize everything, and it's basically the things which you have mastered. But if you have mastered a few things and on top of it even more things, and you become a specialist, it's often many things apart that are unknown knowns. So you don't really know that you still can do it and that you are able until you try, for example, right? This is very often, if it grows, it causes imposter syndrome. Talk is a topic of another talk. Basically, things which shine when you cooperate for a longer time and you see that you have solved problems you didn't even list in the prospection part or CV or whatever, right? That you just have special mix of skills, like things that you just even cannot verbalize, because beside the super nice skills of communication grown on top of thousands of years, humans can't really verbalize everything. So, but these supportive skills can be in this quadrant, known unknowns. So I have mastered a part of, for example, infra-knowledge domain especially, yeah? But I didn't know all the details. I don't know all the details, how things work, what are the rules in Hong Kong for the COVID restrictions. Yeah, I know that there are rules in Hong Kong, which are very specific probably, and they changed 2 days before, but I also know that I can ask, right? It's basically, I have a map which enables in my head, which allows me to communicate and go to a specialist in a field. And it's enough to just cooperate and blend with other people, right? So this is things which you can look at when you enter some kind of cooperation with an external party, or if you even hire your own in-house developers, right? And how it could work, right? I mentioned this leadership skill. So if we have this kind of abilities in place, so we have this, as we call them now, domain-oriented consultants, then we don't have a situation when everyone does its own task in separation and then does its own thing, delivered, I was fastest, job done. Now, okay, someone else work to test it, someone else work to integrate it. I am super. I am great because I delivered, right? I call it in Polish, każdy sobie kodzik skrobie. So everyone delivers in separation, but it comes from a proverb. And yeah, because like when a person in a team like has this ability to lead and blend and has interest in other people's work, it can act as a leader of his own or her own part and pull, for example, knowledge and be proactive and propose solutions which are required to finish his or her task, and then also can be led and managed by others when they want to deliver their task. And this is kind of empowerment. So we not treat as these people inside team as resources, which, you know, transforms user stories to code, each resource separately, like in the very first slide, but we treat people, we empower people, we give them responsibility, we expect the responsibility from them, right? Very big difference. And then it is possible to work on one objective at a time, right? Because then we have this communication happening, and we are just interested in each other's work, and we basically are able to help each other. For example, despite all the theory and the theory of constraints, queuing, and so on, which is behind the effectiveness of delivering one objective at a time, it just also can be really fun if, of course, technical constraints allow it, because we sometimes can change even our role to just deliver this objective, and from a nice and super skilled backend developer can become a tester, very fussy tester, because as a developer, I am probably very focused on details in contrast to the people from business who are more focused very often on vision and very positive and optimistic, even too much sometimes. But when I am as a developer, I'm very focused on details and problems, and I very easily can become, for one day, a very fussy and strict tester to just verify that the front end, which was delivered by my friend, is really working. And it's nothing bad about this, like, because we focus on this one objective at a time. So this is the vision, and this is the approach, what I've shown you of this, how we called it, domain-oriented tech consultants. But there is also a set of tools which can be used in this kind of context, especially in terms of integrating domain with technology. And this is something I would say from the main topic, from the perspective of the main topic on which I'm trying to communicate. It's optional. However, I use it. I find it very useful, and I recommend it as an approach because it's like really enhances this cooperation between business and technology. One of the tools and approaches, which is something which is placed between agile and technology, right, is domain-driven design. Domain-driven design comes from a book from Eric Evans, 2008 or 2000, really long time ago, where he gave, the title was domain-driven design, but the subtitle was tackling complexity in the heart of software. What does it mean? Like, it suggests that maybe this approach is very useful when we deal with heavy complexity. And this heuristic is not like perfect, but it's quite true. I would more use it in our domains where we have really lots of complexity in aviation, air, and whatever. And it tackles the complexity in the heart of design. What does it mean? It means that the solution which we create, so we move from this problem space, which is vague and which is often like this blur vision somewhere. We know that we can earn money by selling tickets, but we can call them tickets, we can call them PNRs, we can call them reservations. The vocabulary is not precise. We convert it to a model with very precise vocabulary in the system, potentially, with very precise integration rules when we deliver the solution, right? And what we try to do, and this is this book about, is what kind of patterns and tools can be used to most effectively implement the business inside software with a very low technical noise and showing the language of business and rules of business inside software itself, right? So we first create a model to deliver our solution, but this model is not only the software, right? As I said before, it's the whole process, and software is maybe also only a part of it, right? So we have this model, and then we try to write a code which just for these parts which require software, which blends with this model. So we have ubiquitous language, how is it called? So the language which is everywhere the same, precise language of solution itself, which blends with code, right? But of course, it's as many developers, if there are any developers or people who work with legacy projects, it's really not possible to create a super model of everything in an organization, right? Like we would create a super model for reservations, inventory of aircrafts and all things like that. That would not work. Like we will be lost. And what is very nice in domain-driven design, that it uses the vocabulary which is used by people who just work with the kind of part of a system. And we just, not only system, but with the model of the whole solution, it uses vocabulary and language as a benchmark. So if you see that the language is really impossible to make precise inside, very big model, which you have, maybe you can divide it in sub-models. And this is called a strategic design, which domain-driven design proposes. And this is, also a tool which you can use to split work, like in microservices world, like this kind of bubbles with precise model inside, which are called contexts, bounded contexts in the DD world, where like they observed that this is a perfect boundary for a microservice, for example, right? Because it's aligned with business. It's also a perfect unit of organization of work for Scrum, right? This is something which we also propose to customers to show them, like, this is a tool which you can use, this kind of categorization and focus on language, and this tools proposed by domain-driven design to just organize the work which you are doing, right? And here is an example of agile management project, which is divided to some contexts. And you have, for example, context of some board, product, backlog item, release, sprint. And we have some model inside it, which doesn't entirely leave the box. So it's a cohesive unit again, which has its own responsibility for data, responsibility for business problem, sub-problem probably, some people who are focused on it, and then vocabulary is precise inside it. And of course, some vocabulary is used for integration, but it's only a part of vocabulary from one of the bubbles. Of course, as you can probably see already, there is a problem. Okay, if I integrate two bubbles, which vocabulary I use? From this bubble or from this bubble? So there is also a set of patterns of integrating the bubbles, bounded contexts, together, which says, okay, between these two bounded contexts, this one is a conformist, for example, of this one. So it would use the vocabulary of this one. And now we get a set of tools which can be used to consciously integrate subsystems, for example, microservices or services, or even submodules, if they are precisely and nicely separated inside a monolithical structure inside some bigger part of software, which can be used to just give also the tech people the means to use business vocabulary in talks with business people, right? So to make them not talk about API calls, but about the business vocabulary which is used inside these API calls, how it is flowing through the system, right? These things are understandable for business analysts, understandable for business people. These are not like some tech jargon which is completely some blah blah blah. All right. And two more techniques from the DD world. One is, again, this proactive pooling of knowledge into the software. Like, I would like to stress this approach, like domain-oriented consultant. It has to have this approach of pooling knowledge if it is needed, not waiting for the knowledge to be pushed to him, requirement to be given for him or her, and he will just do his work. He or her has to be like proactive, a bit critical for the requirements obtained, maybe verify it, maybe try to find some holes inside it. First model it, and only after implement. And this pooling approach and plus modeling approach plus challenging the model is called modeling whirlpool, where we just even before writing very sophisticated solution, before writing, for example, integrations with database, there is a set of techniques which even allows you to write code before, integrating it with databases to just verify if your model is fine. You just specify a scenario, okay? So you convert, you may be familiar with behavior-driven design, so it's a little bit similar. So we create a scenario where you tell a story, you're specific, you're precise, so this is part of modeling as well. Then you try to create a model, so some structure, some relationships between things, entities, things in your software which you will really have. Then you try to even model it with code, refine language, add this rigor, these are constrained, the precision which is really needed here. And then you again maybe encounter, okay, another problem, another challenging scenario. Maybe it comes from the technical people implementing it. Maybe it comes from a little bit question which just appeared during the process of this focus on the model and the business itself, without going into technical details in which framework I will implement it, right? This is not about this. It's often modeled, for example, in pure C#, pure Java, right? This kind of probes without too much real technical solutions, right? So this is one, this pooling approach, and this whirlpool which pulls knowledge into your solution. And another technique which is growing in popularity in recent days is event storming, which takes some parts of the models from your software, and the most lightweight and straightforward parts, and puts them on the board on infinite modeling space. And basically, while structuring it and looking at it through various types of workshops, you are able to get on the same page. One type of workshop is designed for that, for example, to just model your current picture of your organization, and or to plan the development of software, for example, in the big process flowing through the many modules in potentially, this is process level, or just design a certain components, even like using this modeling whirlpool, which nicely integrates with this lowest level of event storming, design level event storming. And event storming, like, what are these elements of the model inside event storming? You have domain events. This is where the name is taken from. Domain event is a word in past tense, which is just put on a post-it. In the past, it was usually done like that in a room, where you put the post-its on this long space. And now it's usually done, not usually, I also do it on post-its nowadays, but it's very often, sadly, done on mirror boards or mural boards, where you just put the post-its online. However, you have this, as you see, majority of the post-its are orange, so they are showing significant events from your domain. Flight booked, etiquette created, right? PNR created, right? This is something significant which happens, and when you model other parts of the system, it's maybe similar to some agile techniques like user story mapping, impact mapping, but this is something more a bit more technical often, and especially if you use this kind of rigor inside this. These two lower level, process level and design level event storming, then you just use put on the board the commands and so the orders to the systems which are given by actors, and you also show on the board some screens and some views which has to be sent to the user. And when, for example, user sees, okay, this offer is really nice for this flight, I am booking it, he clicks, okay, book, reserve. So then PNR is created. And then we also put on the board like the little state machines, right? The things where the state changes, the sources of events, right? And then we can pretty much do a lot of things which we would do when we would make the code probe in the software. We can do it on the board, just standing in front of it in a group or sitting in front of a screen and just moving cards. And you can really go to a deeper level. This technique came to the world a little bit later and like grew in big popularity, because like it's very lightweight and it allows to achieve a lot, thanks to the using really not big effort and get to low precision, which is like crucial for modeling without very sophisticated and heavyweight tools. So these are the tools which I recommend. And last but not least, again, something which I already mentioned, but I would like to stress it, is that we have a prerequisite for all of this, right? This prerequisite is this environment where people are empowered. This is the this is Jerry Weinberg, right? So he is the author which I mentioned before, and he made this book which I truly recommend, which is Becoming a Technical Leader, and also a few really nice books about being a consultant, secrets of consultancy. So we use these tips as well, but yeah, but these are secrets. So coming back, Jerry Weinberg said, like, what is leadership? So leadership is creating environments in which people become empowered. I like this sentence very much, and it combines really nicely with Agile for me, because it's like really, I think Scrum team or like some Agile approaches give this ability for people to lead their own part and see this cooperation happening. So without trust, without between business people and IT people, without this openness to listen and courage to talk about business to IT people, and talk about IT things and solutions to business people, but using their language, not the cryptic language of tech. Without this, it's not possible to use this approach, right? And it's really hard to do Agile in reality, right? So yes, this is similar to the book which you might know, which is the drive. What drives people is giving them autonomy, allow them to master something, and go achieve some purpose. So, for example, Sprint Go, which is here, very clear in Agile Scrum Guide, in the Scrum Guide. Right. getting to finish. So this picture, I want you to remember this, right? So we have this tight feedback loop of communication, which is crucial to happen. This is what I just mentioned. So wrapping up. So we see and know for experience that people working with external companies and Agile can perfectly work together. If it's an external team sitting somewhere else, the communication barrier has to be managed well. In rich domain projects, especially where we really want to deliver nice solution at the end, we see that domain-oriented consultant skill set is really useful. You can also consider using tools from DD Wealth, like, or looking for people with this kind of skill set, like even storming and other useful tools like modeling people. And but the key part is to establish the environment where people are trusted and empowered, right? Okay. So this is it. I would like to thank you very much and for your attention. I am open for questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Szymon. This has been a very complex and very informative presentation, so thank you for that. Now we do have questions, so if you're ready, I can read them out to you. So have you ever had a project with this kind of approach that didn't work at all? Very challenging question. Thank you.
Yes, there are some projects which are like that. As I said, when you have a project where you basically have very fixed requirements and it's usually delivered through the fixed price approach, not time and material approach. So you're constrained like upfront that you need to specify everything to the very high detail because of legal reasons, for example, that you really cannot go time and material. You has to sign a contract of some kind, right? Then this approach is not really shining as much as it can, because it can be used internally, maybe by someone delivering, but this is not going to do this good work of enhancing Agile approach and enhancing Scrum approach in this holistic view, right? So converting this problem to solution, because what happens, and we had customers like that, is that you have very strict requirements and you really use Scrum only as a tool to make iterative milestones inside bigger waterfall, right? Process. So you have requirements and then it flows, it's signed, there is a sign off of requirements, they are refined, and then you, like in waterfall, you just work on implementation, and you can work inside Scrum, but this is completely different story, right? And we have customers like that, where you just deliver increments, and sometimes it's called water Scrumfall, that you just have, Scrum inside the waterfall. And this kind of projects which are very simple, right? This is not approach for this kind of projects. And sometimes for the startups, like when we had started with low budget, for example, we had our software house part delivered such solutions. Sometimes for example, two set of DDDs as at the beginning is just too much for a quick verification of startup assumptions, for example, and things like that. So this is our experience in this space. It's just a tool. It's not a silver bullet. We use it in a context when it's applicable. But one of these contexts is, for example, the air industry, where we have really good experience with this kind of approach.
Thank you. Next question. Do you have any examples of best practices to develop domain knowledge in a person or a team for an external consultant, apart from learning on the job?
Best practices, good question, nice. So one of first steps is good refinements, I think. Good refinements, this is something which we really start with when we use, for example, Agile, right? And Scrum. And it's like trying to be really focused on them and trying to be really listening and ask questions and checking if it's really, went through. This is often challenging in complex domains, right? So sometimes a little push or a little specialization is needed, right? Maybe not everyone is really interested or able to get into all the details from business. But we use it very often as a first step. And then afterwards, I really recommend to just have these kind of relationships with business analysts, interest in their work, and so on.
Thank you. Another question. How in practical terms do you present knowledge of the domain, for example, aerospace engineering, of your team to a prospective client?
Prospective client, so someone who we want to cooperate with, right? This is what
I believe so.
Okay, so yeah, unfortunately, I can't ask personally the person who is asking the question. So yes, so this is very simple, and we have really experience with starting cooperation. We just start to solve problems, right? Like the approach which in this consultancy works, I think, best is just to sit together and try to understand, do the thing which we do when we work together, right? Get some problem which the organization have, listen to it, ask questions, try to understand it, and try to propose some possibilities, like even draft in which direction the things can go. And it's much easier for us than just delivering a talk where we present, okay, we did this with this customer, we did this with this customer, we did this with this customer. Of course, we can do this as well. And we often refer to the to this experience when we talk, but we tend to focus on the customer's problems.
Thank you. We still have questions coming, so if you're still available.
Yes, I think we have time. I had really
yes,
big slot. I didn't expect that I will take it all, but it looks...
Yeah, it looks like it. So are we seeing behavior-driven development in your team?
Behavior-driven development, it depends on the question, because it's either an approach to different levels of tests. You can use it even on integration tests inside your soft, or it's a toolkit which is sometimes proposed and put in place, like Cucumber. So I really can't ask which currently meaning is here in the question. Problems with language, again, also in the business of IT. But basically, my experience with BDD is it's a really nice way to structure many tests, even on lower level, as an approach, like given, when, then, and structuring tests like that. There are tools which allow to really nicely write this kind of tests, for example, in Java Spock library. And Java is groovy, but in JVM world. And also I used the Cucumber library, for example. So this whole machine of writing behavior-driven design tests in special language, like there is a Gherkin language which can be understood by non-technical people, and then they write these tests, and then they are converted to code, and then they can be implemented. And it is not so lightweight tool, and I don't use it every time, but I found a few use cases which it's really great. For example, when I had a project where some really sophisticated use cases had to be written by a mathematician, and we gave him this tool, and then it was worth the hassle, because this is not very easy often to refactor the tests, because this conversion between the language and this Gherkin language and the test is quite heavyweight. But I find some use cases. I use it not every time, but definitely it has its use case. Long story short.
Thank you. 2 more questions. You've said technical people can propose ideas to the business about feasibility of something to be created. How does your organization train business people to listen to the technologically driven possibilities?
Okay, can you repeat the last part of the question?
Sure. How does your from this point,
Okay,
right?
yeah.
How does your organization train business people to listen to the technologically driven possibilities?
Yes, this is not always easy. Like the experience which we had, the best experience which we had, it was like when the approach for agility came from top down. Yeah, we had super nice manager who was showing himself that he was a role model who just gave an example to just communicate, right? And this was one of the best projects we had, this kind of setup. But of course, maybe I will stop presenting. But of course, it is a really tricky question. It is entering the specificities of every organization, and it is, often change management think a little bit, because if you don't have an approach up front or just a role model communicated from above, this is often a question at which model of organization you need to enter to just propagate such approach. Of course, you have this top-down possibility, not always effective, not always working, but as seen on an example, it works. Sometimes it just has to be shown and communicated just during meetings and just during, maybe we had steering committees. This was a nice pattern that we every so often meet and have this feedback session where we just review our cooperation. And this is the moment when we can constantly propose and say, okay, feedback that we would work better if we would have more communication with business and this mutual interest, right? And in crushing the communication barrier. And this is happening. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's not so easy, to be honest, but it can work.
Right. One more question related to communication again. How to overcome the barrier set between technical people and the business so that they don't need to get acceptance from numerous managers to have a valid communication with a customer.
So this is communication with customer. This is a very popular topic in agile world, going to customers, and really feeding, taking development team to customers. I think this is in this space, this question, right? So to be honest, we didn't especially work in this space in our case, so we don't solve this problem exactly. And my experience is that basically often this is very in-house competency to source knowledge from outside, right? I see it very valuable as a pattern that, for example, you meet your end customers. This is like, this much of domain knowledge just flows to all the people at once. And I've seen such approaches happening. I didn't, I think, take part in such an experiment personally, but I see it as a really powerful tool. And I think, again, this is, organizational topic. And I think that it has to be treated in a similar way I said before, just through appropriate communication, because I can't imagine that, you do it without a process. Like I can have very many, I can be very eager and see its high potential as a domain interested developer or consultant, whoever, but it really has to be done in line with the business culture of organization, right? I participated from the other end. I was invited as a customer. I used some experimental features of Airbnb at some point. I was invited and I took this from, but this has to be structured, like this has to happen like either from customer surveys or from some organized meetings. So I would talk with my analyst, to be honest, because it's the work which is really about feeding more data, more knowledge from outside external market to your business, to your box. And this is some, specialization, and this is product owner, analyst working together on this business part. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you for answering all the questions. I believe our time for the coffee break is approaching. So whatever questions you have later, please send them over. We can forward them to our expert. So Shimon, thank you once again for your time, for this really interesting and inspiring presentation. And we hope to see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
See you next time. Thanks for inviting. Yeah. Bye.
See you. So everyone, see you in 15 minutes after the coffee break. Our next presentation is on research ops and flight planning solutions by Lufthansa. Thank you so much.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, Administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products introduce new functionalities and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów.
Hi everyone, welcome back. We're ready to start our next presentation. I have Magdalena Lenza-Moyska from Lufthansa Systems Poland here with us. Magdalena, please let us know if you can hear us, if you can see us. And we're
good morning. Yes, I can hear you and I can see you. Can you hear me and can you see me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you. So the next presentation is about research ops and flight planning solutions. Magdalena, please go ahead.
Thank you. So first, I would like to share my presentation. So please let me know when you see it in my presenter mode. Okay, can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can see your presentation now. Thank you.
And the slides, I don't hear any confirmation. So if you could please confirm that the presentation
Yes, we can
visible.
see you, we can hear you, we can see you changing slides, so perfect.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so welcome. I'm very happy that I can be here. My name is Magdalena Lenza-Moyska, and I'm lead user researcher working for the flight planning solution called Lido4D. And even though I'm a presenter today, I would like to say that actually all the content presented here is an effort of the whole team. So the credit goes to the whole team. I will be presenting the team members later on. So everything here is a joint effort. So shortly about myself, I have been working for Lufthansa System for the last 3.5 years. In my free time, I run, or I walk with my dog, or I just observe my dog running. And today I would like to tell you about user research, how we do it, and about our flight planning application. But before we go there, I would like to ask you a question. What is a digital product you like and use often? I will give you a few seconds to think about it. I think it might be, I don't want to impose any answers, but I think you might think about WhatsApp that you use to communicate with your family or your friends, or maybe a mobile app application that it's making your life much easier because you can check your card payments all the time, or any other application. Okay. So I don't know what is your answer. Maybe you've posted the answer in the chat box. I can read it later on. But if you like this application, if it makes your life easier, it means that you can achieve specific goals by using this application. It means that it's fulfilling your needs. So there is a really huge chance that there is a team of researchers investigating how do you use this application, what kind of needs you have, and what kind of problems the application is solving. So actually, what is the secret of successful applications? Actually, the successful companies have bold user-centric strategies. And actually, what does it mean that you have bold user-centric strategies? This topic has been studied by the McKinsey and Company. If you don't know these reports, I strongly recommend to go and check these materials because they're extremely interesting. And actually, they have been investigating successful companies. Actually, they studied practices of over 300 publicly listed companies over 5 years and in multiple countries and across different industries. And what they have found out is that the companies that are the best performance are also strong at design. So it means being strong at design, it means that you know how to design specific solutions, not only in terms of UI, how it looks like, but also what kind of problems it's fulfilling, how this product is really functioning. And actually what is needed to have a successful, really good design, it means that you need user research, because if you are designing something for people, you need to understand those people. So actually, when speaking about the product, once again, I want to highlight that actually having this user-centric approach is extremely important. And also that's also something that is really important for Lufthansa systems. And today I would like to tell you how we actually involve end users in our applications and in our applications development, and actually how we do it on daily basis, that our user research practices are successful, and actually what are the outcomes of that. You might have encountered this abbreviation. It stands for research operations. There is a whole community around research operations. So if you are interested in user research and would like to learn more about research operations and get to know other people who are working in different industries, they are sharing experiences, sharing good practices, you can join this community and learn more. But actually, research ops and research operations is defined as the people, mechanism, and strategies that set user research in motion. So as I mentioned, user research is about understanding user needs and designing solutions that are fulfilling these needs. And if you want to have successful user research in an organization, we need to think how to do it. We need to think what kind of research practices are working best for the product, for the organization. So what about user research operations in Lido? So actually, that's something that has a very long history. It has started in the 90s. And at that point of time, many of us were still playing Legos, because today, as I mentioned, I'm speaking about user research, and our team is relatively young, but actually our product is not. So what you can see here is the OCC, Operations Control Center, and the dispatcher who is looking at different screens. On those screens, you can see our application, which is called Lido Flight 4D. And this application is used by the dispatcher to calculate the flight plan. And the application is one of the most efficient flight planning applications around the world. And it supports the dispatchers to find the most optimal route, to save the fuel, but most importantly, to deliver the flight plan so the pilot can safely execute the flight. So the dispatcher is using this application to get the flight plan and react when something is happening and some problems needs to be solved. And actually, the application you see here has been developed since 90s. So there was when I asked about the history of this application, is that there was a group of highly motivated specialists who wanted to support the dispatchers, wanted to propose a new solution that is innovative and really calculating the flights in a very efficient way. So there was a small group of people, engineers, airline specialists, and they developed one product. And actually, they wanted to develop it only for one airline. So it wasn't designed to be a startup or a global product at that point of time. But actually, they developed it, and actually, it turned out to be an extremely successful product that is calculating. It's really saving the fuel, so the airline can really reduce the cost of operations. Because if you save the fuel, of course, you are saving costs. So it's really good solution. And actually, immediately after the first customer started using, there were other customers who wanted to use it. And right now we have more than 60 customers worldwide using this solution. But as you can imagine, this was being developed over decades. And actually that's something what needs to be renewed, because the technology is changing and also the user needs are changing. So in 2015, a new project has been launched with the goal to develop a new product. and the goal was to replace stepwise the old solutions. So one solution in place and the new one, develop new one. And in 2017, we joined as a team this new project, and our goal was to focus on user needs and design. And here you can see the current status. And here are research ladies. We call ourselves research ladies because, as you can see, among user researchers, we have only female members, and the team is growing. So here you can see 5 researchers, 5 designers. We are still recruiting and trying to get more people on board because, as you can imagine, the product is extremely big and extremely complex. So, so we need we need many people to work on that. So how do we do it as researchers? Actually, on the daily basis, we work with the dev teams, with the development teams, with our product owners, and also with our end users. So that's we are somehow connecting both worlds, the development world with the end users. So whenever there is a new feature that is supposed to be developed, we try to understand what is the context, what are the most important needs that this module or new feature should solve, how actually the end users are working, what is the workflow. And then we collaborate with our designers. So when they are designing a solution, we try to advise them, and we also pass this knowledge from the first phase and inform them what are actually the expectations of the users, how they're interacting, how they are solving these problems right now. So when the designers, together with product owners and other specialists, prepare a solution, let's say design proposal, it might be a prototype, we test it once again with our end users. We evaluate whether the solution, how we envision it, is really functioning or not. And then it's being taken to the development and is being implemented in a product. And then once again, we test it. So we involve the end users in every phase, and we do it regularly. And I will be speaking more about it later on. So how do we do it actually when speaking about the product? I would like to give you a very practical case. So here you can see this flight list. So as I mentioned, the flight dispatcher is monitoring the flight list, checking all the details, the flights for the day, and observing what is happening. If nothing is happening, everything is going smoothly, the dispatcher doesn't have to interact with that, and everything is fine. And if there is a problem, the dispatcher needs to solve this problem. And there might be many different problems, as you can imagine. For example, there might be a strike or a storm, or the airport is not suitable, or some accident, and those problems need to be solved. But if you look at this solution, you see that it's quite old-fashioned. So you can see that this is a kind of old-fashioned technology with frames, with buttons. So when working on that, when working on a new solution, of course, we have an old product, so we need to understand how the current product is being used, what are the problems, and what is working quite well to translate it into a new product. So when we started working on a new product, actually the solution has been already quite advanced. It means that we already had something developed, some kind of solutions, not of course fully operational, but some kind of development was completed, and we could test it. So whenever we were showing the solution, I will go to the next slide and I will show it. So here on the left right hand side, you can see the new solution. So when we were testing this new solution, even in phase of prototypes, testing different features and how well we are performing in terms of usability, users were many times saying that actually, yeah, you are going to a good direction. Yes, this is working, but the data I see on the flight list, it's not as I would like to see it. I cannot really work with the flight list as well as in the old solution. So the issue was that the old solution has been developed over 20 years, and it has been developed for many different customers. As you can imagine, the customers are completely different. They have different operations. They might have highly automated operations, or they might be less automated, and they might require more manual work from the people. And as we have many different customers, the flight list, I can say that each customer has a different flight list. So it means that they might see different set of data because they have different operations and different information might be needed for them. But of course, it's a one product, so we can assume that there might be a set of information that is shared by every customer because they are all doing flight planning. So that was our assumption. And when we developed a new solution, we had a kind of flight list with data. We believed that it's sufficient for the first step because we develop our product in an iterative and incremental way. So we wanted to start with the minimum that it's usable and that can be deployed and used later on. So what we find out that actually the users are not happy with the basic set or prepared on our assumption how this should be done. And you can see, even though we are specialists, we have been in the industry for decades. We have many extremely skilled and knowledgeable professionals. We were not able to prepare a flight list that was going to fulfill the needs of different customers. So how did we wanted to solve this issue? We decided to organize a design sprint, which is a kind of very flexible format that allows you to bring different specialists, from different professions to work on one problem, and you together you define the problem, you propose different solutions, and you try to find the solutions that it's working, and you create also proposal and test it. So we met with different customers in Rauheim, in our head office, and we work on the flight list. What is it possible to have a set of data that is going to fulfill the requirements of different airlines, and what are actually the most important use cases and needs the flight list should support? And the customers were actually drawing, doing different proposals, how the flight list, how the solutions should look like. That was extremely interesting to observe when people were intensively working, very focused working on the solution and proposing. Then they were speaking about it, and we had a very fruitful discussion. What actually are the shared needs of the solutions that we can fulfill? And on this basis, we created a solution. And actually, so here you can see the flight list. So you can see that we have exceptions, we have different data, and we have the map. So set of information presented in a table and on the map. And actually the concept we created as an outcome of this workshop, of this stream work, is a concept of 2 levels configuration. So it means that the airline can decide what scope of information is visible for the dispatchers. So I'm, as a dispatcher, I can customize the table. I can change the order of data I see here. I can hide some information if I don't need them, or I can make them visible on the flight list. On the other hand, the manager can decide which columns are visible and which columns are not. So I can decide as a manager, do I want my people to change the order of some information or not? And you can guess that actually some information are extremely crucial, like flight number, registration, departure and destination, and this must be visible. But there's some other information that might be, depending on the actually user needs or preferences, personal preferences. So the dispatchers can hide it. So it seems to be quite simple, 2 levels of configuration, but actually that was something we haven't been thinking about it. So we needed to spend some time with our customers to understand that yes, this solution is going to fit into different operations and fulfill the needs of different customers. And the second case is, how do we do it? How do we translate it into the product, and how we work with end users? Is the concept of an exception. So an exception is a problem that occurs, and I'm, as a dispatcher, I need to solve this problem. And it might be something with the flight plan, or it might be something with the airspace or with the aircraft. If I cannot get a valid flight plan, something is happening, the system is informing about it in the form of an exception. So there's a problem, I need to work on that. So in the old system, on the flight list, the problems were highlighted and color coded, depending on what type of problem you have. You can see it, you can distinguish between the colors, and you can react on that, and you need to find a solution. But in the new product, how we want to do it is we want to support the users much more. So here you can see that when the exception is happening, I can get some additional information, what the problem is actually, how much time I have to react to solve this problem, and actually I'm being taken to the right place in the system to solve it. So we are trying to help the user to solve the problem by providing some additional information about the problem and also about potential solution. This is not fully implemented. I mean, this solution is not fully implemented yet because, of course, we are working on that. But that's the principle how we want to do it, and this is something what we are doing with the end users, proposing some solutions and testing and checking with them if it's working in an expected way. So actually, how do we organize research operations on our site that we can do this user research and really can contribute to the product? So the definition of research ops is that it provides the roles, tools, and processes needed to support researchers in delivering and scaling the impact of the craft across an organization. So if we are speaking about different aspects, I would like to focus on some of them and tell you how we do it in our team. So when speaking about the skills, this is something what you can think about it if you have your own team or would like to develop research and design capability. Hopefully you will do it if you can do it. So we have defined 4 roles. So we have researchers, designers, visual designers, and key skills we expect from the people to have, and then the levels. So I will show you. So for example, if we are speaking about research skills, we have a kind of table. Of course, it's a kind of boring table, but you need to have a documentation, of course, because it's very useful. So we have 13 different skills like research skills, usability, user-centered design, and we specified what kind of level we expect from a junior, medium, senior, or lead researcher or designer. And also we defined the skill levels. That was an effort done by the whole team, and we used actually the skill matrix that are available and they are publicly shared with everyone who would like to, and we reviewed them and actually adapted to our context. And to give you an example, when speaking about user research, we had a discussion if we should focus, if the user researcher should have a knowledge of aviation or not. Is it required that you know the subject, or is it fine if you know how to do research and, for example, perform usability testing? So for us, yes, it's important. And to tell you why this kind of skills matrix is useful is, for example, that you don't really categorize people on the basis of the experience, but on the skills they have, and you really focus on the skills. So for example, in our team, we have one ex-dispatcher. She moved to our team, and I can say that when she joined our team, she took our research to the next level because we were able to check all the scenarios and all the tasks we prepare for our dispatchers from her perspective. So she is really contributing to our team and has been contributing since the day one. And of course, she is getting the research skills as well. So right now she's able to perform usability testing, prepare the scenarios, and test it. So that's something what is really helpful, and it's allowing us to develop as a team and focus on different skills we have within the team. And how does it look like? So when speaking about skill matrix for different levels. So for example, you can see what is expected from a mid or senior or lead in terms of specific skills. And then when our team leader is doing evaluation, you can see where we are as people and whether we have some special skills that somebody might be really good at something that is actually not required according to the documentation, but still it's really great. And you can also see if we are lacking some skills as a team. So for example, we have been established as a researchers in 2017, and I joined the team as the research that was happening at that point of time was done by one of my colleagues who is not with us anymore, and he was a designer. So the designer was doing user research. I joined in 2018. Right now we have 5 researchers, and the colleague who joined recently, she is focusing on the quantitative user research. So we were not focusing on that, and we were lacking skills. So we identified that, and we wanted to get someone who can focus on that. So that's something what helps us to develop user research capability as well. And the second important thing is the process. And I don't want to speak about the process that we have really formalized process, how we do research or design, but rather a flexible way to show how we would like to work and then educate others, because as a profession we are quite new to the company, and there were no designers, there were no researchers in the past, even though they were doing some kind of design or some kind of research. So what we have done as a team is we focus on different steps that needs to be completed, that we can say that we are doing research and design well. What kind of steps must be undertaken, and actually what is the quality of each step? What are the acceptance criteria? So that was important for us, that we could align with each other, researchers and designers, because we have different backgrounds, and we tend to do research or design in many different ways. But if you want to be efficient and collaborate in a smooth way, it's better to focus on shared, and it's better to have a shared understanding what needs to be done. So we've spent a couple of days workshopping, writing different steps, and then building one board with all the phases that needs to happen in research and design when working on a new solution, and with acceptance criteria. So for example, here you can see that the testing session is considered as a milestone for us, for researchers, and for designer is an optional step. So we as user researchers, our acceptance criteria is that the sessions are completed and recorded, notes are taken and cleaned up after the session. And for designers, so the designer can participate as an observer, make notes, and provide feedback after the session. So that's very clear for us how we would like to work. Of course, it's not obligatory for the designer to attend the session, but of course it's extremely interesting for them, and whenever they have time, they do it, and we encourage them to do it as well. So that's helping us to communicate what is happening and who is doing what, and actually what we expect from the process. And of course, it doesn't mean that we strictly follow every step and every checkbox, because we also need to adapt to the different processes, different situations that are happening. We are working with so many dev teams, with so many product owners, that sometimes we skip certain phases of the process because there is no time for that, or the effort is not really worth it. So that's we tend to be quite flexible, but we really want to know what is the good way of doing research and when we are really satisfied with specific steps. And as you can imagine, if we have a process, we have defined roles, it's quite easy to standardize specific processes. So for example, whenever we do research and the outcome is research report, we defined how this report should look like, what are the elements that should be included, for example, a summary, what kind of sessions were conducted, what the method was used, what are the main findings and actions. And we created templates, and whenever we have a new testing session, we just copy paste the template and just use it. So we are saving a lot of time. And when the newcomer is joining the team, we just go take that person through the process and show all the templates and just proceed. So it's very easy to join the team when working on something, because a lot of materials is already available. So actually, what is the impact of the craft across an organization? Here, I would like to show you some numbers. So since 2017, we are of course counting how many we register, or the user research participants. We have our database. So since 2017, we have conducted a number of different types of studies, for example, usability testing sessions or workshops, and we had different number of interactions with our end users. And by an interaction, I understand that one person, end user, is participating in one session or one workshop, so it's counted as one. If that person participates in a session and workshop, then we count it as two. So if we are speaking about the numbers, you can see that in 2017, when we had one designer, we had only one study. In 2018, 3, and this year, 14, also estimated planned activities for this year. So this number might grow as well. So you can see really that together with the team growing, we also number of studies is increasing. And the same you can see about the number of interactions. So from 10 to almost 200. So that's a lot, and that's really making us really happy. And you can see that if we're speaking about unique participants, it's more than 160. If you are working for e-commerce, it might be not really impressive number, but if you think about the product that is being used by limited numbers of airlines, because that's not a really e-commerce product for everyone, for millions of users, we have a few thousand of users. So that's a kind of large part of end users, and 40% of airlines have participated in our activities. So I must say that I'm very proud of our team, that we have managed to interact with so many participants, with so many airlines when working on our product. And you might find this interesting. So of course, we know that the industry was actually hit by the COVID-19 pandemic, and that was an extremely difficult time for us when we were so unsure what's going to happen and what the impact might be on our operations. But when speaking about user research and about our operations, you can see that I marked the point when actually within 1 week, the whole team, we were one of the first teams who moved to work from fully on-site to fully remote. So within 1 week, we moved to proceed with online work from home model. So you can see that there was no impact if we are speaking about number of studies and number of interactions. We managed to work with our end users in the same way. And actually what's interesting to observe that this uncertainty and the problems actually were extremely visible for our customers as well. And of course, there were no flights in 2019, or very, very few. So some of the dispatchers had sometimes even more time because there were no task for them. There were no different solutions what to do with people who have no work at that point. So actually they could participate in our test session, and I think that they really enjoyed that there is still something happening despite there is a huge crisis going on, and people were not sure what the future might bring. Okay, so what is actually, I'm speaking about the numbers, about interacting with so many participants, but actually the most important outcome is that we are supporting our users. We feel very passionate about our work, but especially when we see the end users interacting with a product in an efficient way, and they are satisfied with the usage, and they really want to do it, and they want to participate in our sessions. So they ask when I can test the new increment or whatever, because they see that the feedback is really incorporated into the product. And I must say that one of the most important outcomes of our contribution to the product is that we are providing data to our product owners, so they can get good understanding what is the usability level of our product. We identify critical or major usability issues, and they can do something with them. So they can decide, okay, we don't proceed with this specific solution because it won't work. So we are quite confident about the product, what is working and what is not working. And I must say that I think that's the most valuable contribution we can give. And I'm happy that our end users are also enjoying and appreciating our work as well. So the lessons learned from research ops is, if you do user research, focus, really establish research ops think about it. There's a lot of materials, what kind of aspects should be taken into consideration, and you can use it. Also try to have long-term strategy. So here we establish long-term strategy, how we want to work with the product, on what kind of studies you want to focus first and what is coming later on, but also be flexible and adaptable. You never know what might happen, and as the COVID-19 pandemic showed us, it might happen anytime. So thank you. If you would like to connect, please let me know. I'm on LinkedIn and I'm very happy to get to know new people. And thank you. I hope you enjoyed the presentation and have a lot of questions.
Thank you, Magdalena. It's a really interesting topic, and thank you for discussing and describing all the specificities of your products and your research. We do have questions. So if you're ready, I can read them out to you. How do you know the new product is better than the old one, and how is it tested?
Yes, that's a very good question. So we need to establish a baseline. So first of all, we need to have a specific methodology how we want to measure both products. So in terms of usability, we can perform usability testing on the old product and the new product. So we can define specific usability criteria and evaluate both products and compare them with each other. But most importantly, what we want to do is that we create a baseline for the new product. So with every we want to know what is the status of the usability at a specific time for the specific product increment, the release. And then with each new product increment, with new releases, we want to ensure that the user experience is not decreasing. So we measure specific aspects. So for example, identifying the usability issues. So we have a number of critical, major, minor usability issues, and we can check whether we are increasing the number of these issues or decreasing the number. So it's about setting up specific criteria and testing both solutions and setting up baseline for a new product and testing regularly with each product increment or release.
Thank you so much. Another question. What challenges have you faced when working with an old product?
Actually, that was a strategic decision that we as a team, we do not work on an old product. So we are a team that is working with the dev teams on a new one. So when working with an old, we also, of course, we review it, we are checking it, but only to some degree, because we want to really focus on a new solution and really investigating into too much detail. Something so old, it's not necessarily very easy, because you have to dig deeper what is in the code and how this is working and why. And as you can imagine, the product is relatively old, so the documentation might be not up to date. So that's why the strategic decision was to focus on a new one and focusing on the new solution.
Thank you very much. So your last chance to ask more questions. We're waiting for them in our YouTube chat box. Please do ask questions now. If something springs to your mind later on, we can forward these questions to Magdalena later on. All right. If we don't have more questions right now, thank you, Magdalena.
Thank you so much.
It was a very interesting presentation, and thank you for being here with us today. Thank you. And we would like to thank your team for participating in the creation of the presentation. So thanks to them as well.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. We're moving on to the next point in our agenda. So right now, in 5 minutes, you'll have the opportunity to join our breakout rooms with our partner companies. So please go to the link that leads to the meeting you're interested in. You can switch meetings. You can go to one room, leave and go to another. So please use this opportunity. And we'll see you 1:30 for our next presentation by Michał Garatowski from Smart for Aviation, entitled All Flights Possible. So we'll see what software enables all flights. Thank you and see you soon.
Northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, który obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropolis in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, który obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers, working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropolis in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, które obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone w Boeing w Polsce.
Dla mnie najważniejsi są ludzie, którzy są dobrze wykształceni, pracowici, energetyczni i pełni wspaniałych pomysłów.
Kiedy widzę, jaką dumę, jaką satysfakcję czują nasze zespoły i nasi pracownicy z tego, co robią, w jaki sposób pomagają naszym klientom, w jaki sposób realizują swoje zadania, to przewrotnie napawa mnie największą dumą i sprawia mi ogromną satysfakcję. I daje takiego dodatkowego kopa, żebyśmy to, co robimy, bardzo dobrze robili jeszcze lepiej.
Lufthansa Systems provides IT solutions not only for the aviation industry, but also for the logistics and financial sectors. We currently employ over 800 specialists at the Gdansk office in our Chemia Business Center, and this number is constantly increasing. Among our teams, you can meet programmers and testers as well as business analysts, Scrum Masters or UX designers working in close cooperation. Our activities include software development, middleware and operations. We facilitate work of airlines and take care for the safety of passengers. Teams which work in 24/7 mode ensure the stability of systems and applications and enter data on an ongoing basis, which flow from around the world. As Lufthansa Systems in Gdansk, we closely cooperate with our colleagues from Frankfurt, Zurich and Hamburg. We focus on digitalization based on the newest technologies. We make every effort to ensure that our applications and products are compatible with tablets and smartphones. Through the use of agile methods, our work is more effective and optimized. It's because of the commitment of our employees. Among them, you will find programmers, testers, administrators, architects, and many other specialists who develop our products, introduce new functionalities, and ensure the optimization of all processes.
We are the biggest metropole in northern Poland. We are a partner in business relations and support for entrepreneurs. We are open for what is new. We are a great place to live. We are always close. We are a wide range of possibilities. We are Gdańsk, Gdynia, Sopot. We are the tradition and we are the future. We are the Tri-City and we will always care more.
Związek między Boeingiem a Polską można rozpatrywać w dwóch aspektach. Jeden to obecność firmy w Polsce. Obecnie ponad 600 pracowników firmy pracuje w rozwiązaniach związanych z nawigacją i rozwojem oprogramowania w strukturze Boeing Digital Aviation. To również sieć dostawców, supply chain, który obejmuje kilkadziesiąt firm, które dostarczają części do w zasadzie wszystkich modeli produkowanych przez Boeinga. To również sieć dystrybucji, wsparcia i przede wszystkim relacje handlowe z polskimi liniami lotniczymi. I wreszcie wsparcie dystrybucji, czyli Boeing Distribution Services z siedzibą w Rzeszowie, która to część firmy, dział firmy udziela wsparcia logistycznego naszym klientom. Jak wiadomo, Boeing to nie tylko lotnictwo cywilne, to również rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Polska z racji swojego położenia geopolitycznego jest bardzo ważnym klientem i potencjalnym klientem na platformy i rozwiązania z zakresu obronności. Tutaj przede wszystkim chodzi o helikoptery uderzeniowe Apache, tu chodzi o rozwiązania z zakresu tak zwanego unmanned, czyli mówiąc po polsku drony. Scan Eagle jest tego przykładem.
Boeing w Polsce współtworzy i tworzy przeróżne wydarzenia, hackatony, konferencje, meetupy, w ramach których tworzymy społeczności naokoło tych problemów, które są tam omawiane.
Jest to wsparcie dla ciekawych projektów, które w jakiś sposób współgrają z naszym zaangażowaniem społecznym. Wspieramy takie projekty finansowo, ale także staramy się zaangażować w ich realizację.
Kładziemy bardzo duży nacisk na to, w jaki sposób nasi pracownicy myślą. Nie kładziemy tak dużego nacisku na umiejętności techniczne, które posiadają, ponieważ te mogą zdobyć w naszej organizacji przy pomocy wszystkich programów szkoleniowych i ścieżek kariery, które są stworzone.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back. We hope you've enjoyed the breakout sessions. Our next speaker is Michał Geratowski from Smart for Aviation. Michał, good afternoon. It's great to have you here.
How are you?
The topic of Michał's presentation is implementing and supporting software that makes all flights possible. So we're really looking forward to hearing all about it. Michał, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Hello. Let me share a screen with you. Okay, everything is all right. Is it clear?
Perfect. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I've been with Smart for Aviation for around 6 years now, and I will tell you a great story. I will take you on a journey up high at flight level 660. It says that there is actually space out there, so it's a maximum flight at maximum speed. So first facts about myself. I started to be interested in aviation as a little kid. I got a radar scanner, and then I, started everything from the beginning, from online flying, traffic control, and different things that brought me to study air navigation at the University of Technology. So all that knowledge, and especially flight simulation and ATC, air traffic control, put me through different experiences, which I now apply as implementation consultant in the Smart company. So it takes me further when it goes to implementations. We have implementation consultants, we have different people who take part in the implementation of the software, but don't let me reveal it now. I'll reveal it by the end. So sit tight and, of course, relax. The mystery. The good mysteries start and always have a beginning. So the mystery that we had in the past, and we still have when you learn flying, is analog, which switched to digital. So the simplification and direct data is something that we look at this world at the moment. We look to be also sustainable, to be, in a sense, innovative. Like with this cockpit, when you've flown with that's DC-3 aircraft, you had analog and everything was stick. You had to trim the aircraft. So there's like a small flap in the back of the aircraft, which is trimmed and flown. And these days, as this picture of Boeing 777X presented, I think it was last week, yeah, maybe last week in Dubai, is a full powered aircraft with autopilot. And I was so excited to see it actually flying. So the autopilot itself eases the workload on the crew. Other thing is that in the 1930s and 1940s, there was supposedly a navigation route used by airmail services in the US. These arrows were painted orange, but there was no something called the Global Navigation Satellite System. That now spreads in the different implementations. First it was GPS, now we have ourselves in the Europe Galileo system that is allowing for precise, direct information to the pilots, whoever uses the system, to provide direct position. And then we went from paper to paperless, where aircraft need to be equipped with tons of cut trees. And now we have just a small device that is quickly accessible, and it allows everybody in the cockpit, everybody on ground as well. It's not only applied to the cockpit, to just move forward with the information. For example, quickly find solution. I need to divert. I need to land quickly because something's going on with my aircraft. So I just touch a couple of buttons. Previously, I had to open up the map, check it out, and 10 minutes later, decide what I want to do. But finally, I'm just showing this as a contrary aspect. Automation, it's not everything. It also requires somebody who will be looking it after. So maybe this kind of a funny picture, we show that until everything goes fine and smoothly, it's perfect. But if the, let's say, algorithms or the code fails, you're there for trouble, and that needs the pilot approach. So we have the data, we have the sources, and the sources that come are from different origins. They come from Operational Control Center. This is a beating heart of aviation, beating heart of a particular airline. It is responsible, so you know about operating, monitoring of operations, anticipating problems, managing schedule, and looking out for services disruption and minimizing it. So these people who sit there are responsible for putting the data, updating, communicating with everybody in the airline, so everything goes smoothly. And then we have people who work in the ground ops, which put out the unit load devices or packages or anything that needs to be loaded into the aircraft, transmitted physically to the aircraft. And the story continues here with transmitters and receivers on the aircraft, which transport the data seemingly through the air. The example here is one of the devices that is usually placed in Airbus aircraft. Boeing also has it, but it's a completely different name. However, it serves their same purpose. Is multifunctional control display unit, where you can send messages, for example, ACARS, CPDLC, so to the air traffic control, and send some messages about rural passengers having, for example, problems with CAT. There is, unfortunately, I don't like that aspect of aviation. However, it brings me sometimes troubles, and brought me sometimes troubles when I was flying a little aircraft. Is the weather. So the weather is an aspect that is critical to any flight operation, especially in different areas. So en route weather, like winds, icing, cloud layers, and they are part of information that is used for efficient safety, safe flight operations. Then you have weather phenomena that may happen. So it can be microbursts, it can be cumulonimbus, it can be everything that happens in these big clouds, including electrocution. The airports, we need to depart from somewhere, land somewhere, and usually it happens that way. So we need parameters like the wind, visibility on the runway, different aspects that are presented in META or TAF. These are particular information that comes with publication by the airport. So this one is, I think, from the last weekend in Gdańsk. So META is something that we have a current situation, refreshed every 20, 30 minutes. And TAF is something that gives you the weather. There could be short message, so maybe short TAF, there might be long TAF. But I will just promise you, I won't dig into like complicated technical details, because it does not make sense here to explain it, because we won't have fun. So going further, you can paint the runway, but why painting is so important? Maybe actually it's not itself is important as marking the airport, for example, as in here, I think it's a picture from Vietnam, when there is a runway closure. So this fact can be kind of published using the reports called NOTAMs, Notice to Airmen, so-called, so we can inform, for example, in that particular package that in the vicinity of the airport, there is a flock of birds. And that information is the valid one. Yeah, let me check. Yeah, it's still valid until the end of December, so end of this year. It's for Gdańsk. But how this information is transmitted, where it goes to, where it ends, I will now tell you. So we can have a different formats of messages. We can have XML, we can have JSON, we can have CSV, text, binary, anything. So like zipped files, but for example, my favorite I'm passionate about because it's so clear is JSON. And when we have the data, it is being sent somewhere, but where it lands on the servers, and usually have like this big, let's say, farms of servers or rooms where they call it cloud, but I will have a very funny information later on about cloud that some people do not know. And cloud services are usually the services now these days that are going to be sustainable. So most of the cloud services providers promise that they will use the green energy by 2025. So as you can see, implementation of the applications that make all flights possible is concentrated in many areas. So it takes different parts of the system to work efficiently. And when it comes to the end of the source, and I'm not saying because we can always discover other sources, but we have a tangled web and we don't know what to do with it. We don't know how the data correlates. I'm not talking about the big data. Big data is also great, but when we serve aviation, we want to have rightly sourced data with precise information on time, every time. So let's untangle it. Let's untangle with the everything. When we take the data and separate it, we can take it in, let's say, a PC mode. When you have a physical computer that is really hard to move, you can use, of course, tablet. But then you can also use the tablet that you can take or a phone. And you take this data and present it in the clearest way possible to the parties interested. So in aviation, it can be a ramp agent, it can be a pilot, it can be a cabin crew member, it can be somebody sitting in this heart beating center, which is Operation Control Center, as aforementioned. And then, as an example of one of the most complicated applications is smart load. It takes lots of data, complex and calculations. In a previous webinars, I think Volodymyr, our product owner, had a great presentation. So it was showing something that can be achieved with that product, the integrity, the quick information, so the load process for the aircraft, so taking passengers, bags, cargo, other information necessary for the safety of operation to be loaded. And we have a brand new thing coming. It's Smart Loads Mobile that will allow and allows ramp agents to quickly respond. So not to communicate by the phone or other means, because this application is, we call it a PWA, which is Progressive Web Application. So we can use it in offline mode. Maybe you've been on the airport and try to use your mobile phone and there is a remote area and there is no connection, then it is possible. So synthesizing the information, you get it there to the users. But it wouldn't be innovative and kind of rewarding to not think about awards. Everybody wants to be awarded, but especially in 2019, our company, together with Qantas and Frequentis, received an award for Gene's technology for innovative route optimizing flight planning platform. I needed to read that because it sounds so exciting that we have a software that is supporting the longest, the most complex flights in the world, and I'm so excited. But I think beyond excited, I don't know the English word to express that, people who create the software, starting from understanding the complexity of the system. And I'm quite having a laugh at that because the customer wants something and then it's being analyzed and developed, and finally the process of the code is something different. So we have customers who want to be served directly, be involved face to face, and actually in our company we get involved face to face with the customers. Maybe in COVID times it's not that simple. However, when the COVID passes, and I remember the pre-COVID times, we had a contact. Now we still have it. But what's the best is that when you take and analyze the information that is provided from the customer, you translate it. And as this funny picture show, I will stop for a second so you read it. Maybe you will find it funny. Or not, if you're not. If you don't find it funny, that may be because you need to be in a place. So you need to be sometimes the person who's a specialist to understand some of these. So we have people who meet with the customer. So we have people from the business side. We have people from system side, so system analysis. And I know you've probably been laughing on this, as I will now. And then when everything is explained, it's being coded. So we expect a good call to happen every time, but it's not that simple. As we have a kind of a local code, so we're working on it in our offices or remotely these days, or in a hybrid mode. It's not simple to get the code right sometimes. And hence we have guys and gals who are doing quality assurance. So every application needs to be tested in the current scenarios. We usually have contact with the customers who share their values of experiences that they have, and help actually applications to make them more useful, and especially when testing the applications. Then we have people who take about who take care of everything. So when it goes to networks, so internal infrastructure, the external infrastructure, they are basically, I would say, generalists. They connect everything from the database servers to application servers. So I'm kind of fond of the team, and I hope you found this graphic interesting, and they're good jokers. So going further, we have people who connect all the information, check the budgets, talk directly to the customers, so they know what actually the customer needs. Sometimes what the user needs, but that's the other role. I will talk in a second. I'm so excited about this role because it's my role. And they talk about, so they take care of being on schedule, on budget, and communicating with all people around the company to get the projects more innovative and on time. I don't want to say that, but it's very important. And then we have implementation consultants. So I don't want to be selfish. I don't want to extend what I actually do and my whole team does. Is that we are usually generalists, so we take technical part, connected with the business part, connected with the service part, up to, of course, the level that is understandable. So some of us are new, some of us are experienced. So everyone has a different quality, and we create a quite good team. So we talk directly to the customers. Sometimes even it happens that we talk to the users for the feedback that we get, and we are kind of protecting against not the solutions that might be satisfying. Like in 100%, I want the customer to be 100% satisfied, and I know I can make it now, and I have a direct contact, so I can call the customer. I can through the customer I can contact particular users, and I love this direct relationship. By the end, when the project finishes, there is support, and these gals are amazing when it goes to providing direct calls, as the solutions are provided to the airlines, and we cannot say the airline cannot have like 1 or 2 hours of delay. They cannot. They need the solution now. The system needs to work, and it cannot stop. So they call it directly. Then we have a whole teams waiting on other lines of the support to go ahead. So that's why it makes all 5 possible. That's why we, as a team, and having the solutions, provides the understanding of the customer, the way we think. So we're going out of our boundaries. And the finale. So what I can talk at the end of it, what I can tell you is that in the final approach, when we approach, sounds direct, but so when you land the aircraft, there is also a final, let's call it that. And then we have stabilized, so we have a parameters, we have a particular descent rate, so how fast aircraft is going down, we have a speed, and everything is stable, and until we touch down. And when we're innovating, please remember, we never touch down. We are floating. We are, in the aviation world, it's called flaring over the runway into continuity. So the complexity of implementations, like landing in Madeira Airport, where you have crosswinds, you need to train for it on a simulator. Some airlines approach it differently, but in a hard weather conditions, it's the same for developers, it's the same for analysis, it's the same for other team members when they encounter challenging problems, but they can be trained in it. They can innovate and they can do it in a sustainable way. Yeah, you can call it sustainable way. It's possible. And then in the final words is that when we land, as I said, we fly, we continue. We need to relax. And the best way to have a solution in your mind and solution that is that create a value for the customer is possible only when you are relaxed, when you are thinking beyond work, and when you can focus on imagining things that were not possible. And that's the flair, and that's the ending that never ends. So my motto here is like, innovate in a sustainable way and do it properly, like we do. Thank you. So,
Thank you so much. Now it's the time for questions. So if you're ready, let me ask some of them. Do you think being an implementation consultant at Smart for Aviation brings engineers closer to make their dreams come true, the dreams of becoming pilots?
So another way around. I understand that if I understand correctly the question, I always have troubles to understand like strong questions. So taking like long questions. So taking into account that when you're an engineer and you want to become pilot, yeah, I think it's a good way to have a business understanding of the customer. And I can believe that people who never thought about flying and becoming pilots, it is quite interesting when you think how complex the flying is. As being analyst or developer or having other function that it crosses domains and requires to have a wider view. I can imagine that, definitely, as we have innovation. So the flight, when you're flying, is never stable. So you have a turbulence, you have other conditions that happen. You have a chatter, you have if you're flying an aircraft that has a passenger on board, then you need to have a thought in the back of your mind that you're flying the souls, we call it that, in the back. So I think in a summary that it's a kind of a mutual relationship, and if you're on the one side or the other, so you are in IT and aviation, they can actually meet together. So I wouldn't say that they're an integral part. So I encourage you, become pilots, become engineers.
Great, thank you. Another question. As a professional implementation consultant and a certified pilot, do you think that the innovation in aviation is speeding up?
Yeah, I think, and I don't want to, think about COVID because we are around it. I think it's becoming embedded time. It becomes embedded thing in our lives at the moment. So definitely we are innovating. You can look up what happened throughout the last year, how the airline started to think about transformation and in a digital way. We have customers who do that at this moment, right at that time, because they can use that time to build greater, as you know, the operations, as the previous presentations by presenter on this conference showed that airlines are recovering, but there are other departments in the airline that have time. Now they start to have already resources to push through, and it is an exciting time for aviation. So as COVID, as bad as it can be, it's definitely triggering aviators and IT specialists to push forward and do good and think in a sustainable way. So yeah, that will be my answer to that question.
Thank you. Last question. So far, we're still waiting for your questions in the chat box. So in your daily work, what makes you satisfied the most?
I think people, I mean, in a way that they inspire me. And of course, you can get inspired by people talking virtually, by using podcasts, talking by the words, like articles that you read. But having people in my team allows me to be better person in life and also in professional work. So as for example, in my team, that's the one of the that we see each other every day, that we exchange our views as the implementation that differ. They allow me to see that people have different opinions and allow them and take different actions that you wouldn't take. So it's sometimes is a kick in the head and like it's not good. So I have having to summarize, having a direct relationship with the team members and on the job is allowing to have more innovation and to not follow the already paved way and do the same things over and over again the same way. We have this tendency to think like, we've been doing it for like 1 week. Is it good? No, maybe change it like that. And it can be still viable. It's amazing how it works. Thank you.
Thanks. One more question.
Okay.
Why do you think being an implementation consultant is a great career opportunity?
I think it's kind of being a generalist. So as explained during my presentation is that as implementation consultant, you need to be aware of different things. So talking technically, from IT perspective, you have systems alerts, for example, or monitoring. At the same time, when we have projects happening, we coordinate tasks around the projects. We do release coordinations. We process bugs, analyze them sometimes to the very detailed point. However, it rarely happens, as we have other team members who are like our third, fourth, 100th hand that can help and inspire us. And of course, by the end, we have something that is always present, the hand of the customer that is listening, and we can ask directly questions. So for example, I had a call today with a customer as we are doing some critical work in the project. I can directly suggest mutual solution. I can point out that something is not coordinated in the system as it should be, and help it to bring value to the customer and bring value to the company by having a stable solution. So I think, in summary, that what makes a consultant, let's say, in an urgent way position is exciting, is that you can do like everything that you're best at. So it's not like the points. We have the main points that we do as consultants, but it's something that everybody brings something unique into the team. One can have one skill, like and that being analytical. Another can be more technical. Another can have self-experience. So having the variety, different skills can add double to the power of 10th the energy to the team to find the best solutions. So that's my explanation of that question. I hope I answered it.
Thank you so much. We still have questions coming. So one more, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
Can you share some real life bizarre issues that a crew was dealing with while airborne?
Oh, okay. Okay. Let me think. As I think it's kind of blurry since usually we do not help customer like directly, like we're sitting and tracking the flight on a tracker website and thinking like, oh, is it going to do what or something? But we had one situation that happened. It was when the flight plan from one of the airlines was rejected. And that rejection was caused actually by a mistake, by a rookie flight dispatcher, and we caught it. I think it was during support phase. So because implementation consultants also take part in support, so sometimes we go to the environment, check for the environments that are used by the customer and check for some information that we need. And it was spotted, alerted, and then we contacted actually through, not directly with the customer, as this was a pretty tricky thing, like reporting back to the customer that its data is invalid and it might cause some issues, operational issues. So the crew was contacted directly, actions were taken, and I think it does not happen on a daily basis. We don't monitor that closely the customer and its actions, but sometime it happens, and it's exciting because then you feel that even that situations do not happen and should not happen during real life, but they do. Just normal operations bring this energy. You can sit and see airplanes landing, and then like done it right. It's flying, and the operations are complete. So I kind of maneuvered around that question because it's not easy to find direct specific examples, but I think they could be found more. But it's another meeting to share. I don't want to keep you. Be excited.
This is the kind of message that should really go to the world at this point of the day. So thank you so much. Michał, any more questions? I'm just waiting for 10 more seconds. But I think we can move on to our next speech. So Michał, thank you so much. Thank you for being here with us today.
Thank you.
And see
Have a
you.
good day.
Have a good day. See you. So right now we're moving on to our next topic, and our next speaker, Jarosław Niewiński from Eurocontrol, who's about to tell us more about the digital future of airports. A very exciting topic that we should all hear about. We're just waiting for our speaker to join. Jarosław, please let me know when you can hear us and you can see us, because we can see you. We cannot hear you yet, so please let me know. I
hope you can hear me now.
Oh, perfect. So
good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you here with us today. When you're ready, the stage and the screen are yours. Please let me know if everything is fine on your end.
Yes,
and
we may move on.
Move forward. All right. The stage is yours.
So let me share the screen. Hope you see it right.
Not yet. We're still waiting for the view.
Okay.
Yes, it's now.
Good.
switching
Perfect.
to your screen. Yeah, perfect. We can see it.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
So thank you very much for having me here and for the wonderful event. I'm listening to the presentations from yesterday, and they are very interesting from various perspectives of the work I'm doing. My name is Jarosław Niewinski, and I'm working in Eurocontrol for some time. As you may know, my background is air traffic control, and it was quite a path also in Poland, starting from the air traffic control, from working directly on the tower until now, when I'm trying to support European aviation in Eurocontrol with innovative approach to the digital future of airports. Let me start from bringing some messages about the Eurocontrol, the general context, because I believe everyone knows Eurocontrol a little bit. Eurocontrol is European Organization for the Safety of Air Navigation that was founded in 1960. Eurocontrol currently is a organization that has 41 member states with the headquarters in Brussels, Belgium. The major activities, of course, include even the air traffic control. We have the Maastricht Upper Area Control Center. We also have the Eurocontrol Innovation Hub in Bretigny, and our Institute for Air Navigation Services Training in Luxembourg. Of course, the Eurocontrol is most known for the work that is dealing with the flight plans. So an important part of our daily routines is something that is called initial flight plan processing. We were known for the IFPS, and of course for unfamous slots, while the slots managed by network manager, known formerly as the CFMU, are the mean to control the aircrafts from the flight planning perspective. So majority of the different presentations that we heard earlier today or yesterday are somehow dealing with our daily work. Recognizing the effort and the experience we had, Eurocontrol was mandated by European Commission to perform in the EU the duties of the network manager. For the first time ever, it was done in 2011. The mandate was renewed in 2019. So the network management and the network manager are the most known functions and duties of the Eurocontrol now. As a part of this renewed mandate, the Integrated Network Manager program was started. This is one of the biggest program in the aviation, definitely, touching every different aspect of the European aviation, of the European planning of aviation system, and a huge digital transformation program for agency that has been just started, and that ensures Eurocontrol to become a very important and knowledgeable player and a good manager of European aviation network and European critical infrastructure. This is the program that will last for very long. There will be, of course, different products coming over in the next years, starting from the most important part, which is the replacement of the current system and modernizing the way that air traffic is managed over Europe. I'm representing today the airport unit. The airport unit is a part of Network Manager and the part that deals with the airports and their stakeholders directly. We are working closely with the different parts of the airport infrastructure, starting from the airport operators, through towers, ground handling, up to airspace users, aircraft operators. We are trying to build the bridge between the airspace and the surface operations in the wide understanding of this term. Our work program is depicted here and consists, as you see, of 7 important functions. And starting from the left, the airport function, I will describe this particular part a little bit later. The airport corner, which is the representation of the different data about the airports and the adjacent airspace. in the systematic way. We are also mandated to do this work by the European Commission. Then we have big part about the so-called airport connectivity that deals with the advanced functions and information exchange known by this ACDM term and the milestone approach for many years. Then, of course, the bigger part is operational harmonization, the development of different solutions under the CESAR umbrella, airport capacity and performance, and support to deployment of the runway throughput. I will not be dealing with all of those topics today. It is just to mention where we are and what we do. However, let me start discussing the innovation perspective in our work, bringing some important facts and context that could be relevant to the different presentations that we heard today. Let me start from the very important document, the Airspace Architecture Study. The Airspace Architecture Study brings the perspective that is dealing or is trying to deal with the defragmentation of European skies through virtualization. In the simpler words, it means that we are finally at the moment that we are trying to assure that free flow of data among trusted users, so we could really bring the aviation to the higher level of predictability and precision in this predictability. And what is very important in this perspective from the airport side is that the achievable baseline of major operations actually need to deal with the problem areas. The coverage of the data, of the precise data, at the 29 biggest single European sky airports provide the detailed information about the operation only for 22% of traffic flying between those airports only, so the biggest airports only, and 41% of the traffic that is flying from the big airports to the smaller so-called secondary airports. Altogether, it means that only 50%, not more than 50% of the airports and the airport traffic is currently covered with mechanisms that are involving the higher precision of prediction and the better visibility of the operation. It also translates into something very important for us, something that we consider a priority in our work, that the operational improvements and the different technical and data enablers, IT software, needs to be sequenced and integrated as a part of value chain, so we could really finally ensure the optimum network benefit. The most important part is to involve in this process the partners that are noted there, mostly those partners who are apparently unable to invest in the data-related solutions, or where the implementation artifacts developed were not able to be transposed from the development phase into the operational solutions. Another part, of course, is the capacity. The capacity must grow sustainably. There was a very nice part of the yesterday presentations dealing with the sustainability, and on Monday, Eurocontrol hosted the sustainability forum that also brought a number of interesting thoughts that could complement yesterday's workshop very well. But the question is, can we really accommodate the growth with the current methods and systems? From my perspective and from the messages that I received throughout the whole forum yesterday and today, of course, there is a way. But the thing is, if we are really there, if we are really ready to grow the capacity sustainably, from my perspective, there is still huge work to be done. Another question, of course, that is quite important, seeing from the network perspective, is whether the use space, so the drone revolution that is coming and knocking already to the businesses, is changing everything. From my perspective, yes, that's right. We need to start recognizing the use space, their operations, urban air mobility that will come very shortly to the operational world as a part of the everyday business, for which we need the new services that needs to be highly automatized, and of course, based on the data and artificial intelligence. With all those in place, the question that we have on the network level is how to increase the safety thresholds. So how to meet the expectations and goals that are also a part of the report of the high-level group of aviation research. The aim, of course, is to bring the safety to the higher level than we have right now, to increase the safety levels known for now, and to accommodate the new type of traffic that will be definitely there. The focus we have is the focus on information. This is one of the major solutions. And of course, it might sound a little bit silly because it is not something you expect from Eurocontrol to state that we don't know the majority of traffic, but it is right. Eurocontrol doesn't deal with the VFR, with our uncontrolled airspace. And I believe personally that this will change to accommodate the new players, new market entrants, especially that the low-level flight that is right now not considered important to the aeronautical, to the ANSPs, so the providers of the tower services, needs to be there. My question really is, can we continue like this? The answer is simple, no, we cannot. An important part, of course, is something that we don't recognize, that is daily, that was said here today, but apparently not very straightforward. A bigger part of our aviation business is to deal with so-called synchronization. And the synchronization of the solutions means that we need to synchronize the ground systems, the avionics and ground systems, because for sure we have plenty of the amazing deployments and plenty of wonderful developments as a result of our research. However, we cannot deploy them clearly and efficiently if we don't synchronize the avionics with the ground equipment. There are several examples, unfortunately, quite good examples, how not to do it in the world. One of the most important is the penetration of the fleet with the GBus or SBus solutions. So the navigation solutions based on the satellite signal and the avionics penetration that is allowing this particular navigation systems to be available to fly. While SBus and deployment of SBus related procedures is very simple, it requires only the designing of the procedure, and of course simple is just an exaggeration here. On the other hand, still the penetration of avionics is very, very low. So the cost of operations that is related to this particular system of navigation is very high because we can not use it at this stage. Another part, of course, is the airport perspective on the network. I mentioned the airspace architecture study and the needs for integration of the airports related to this airspace architecture study. Apparently, there is a gap there. Apparently, from the perspective of the network view on the airspace and airport integration, it was not fully included in this study. So we need to find the ways how to fill this gap, how to play a role in the new and optimized flight delivery, crucial to the future network. We believe that airports will play the most significant role over the next years because not only they have crucial power to segregate the traffic, but they will also be exposed to the bigger changes in the traffic mix related to the new market entrants. We also see that end-to-end or so-called gate-to-gate operational and system approach is quite essential. We really need to see the flight from the entry to terminal airspace to the ground and back, if we consider, of course, the airport's perspective, but also every process that we need to deal at the airport level, the so-called landside processes, including and at the later stage, the intermodality for sustainability, which means that we simply need to deliver information that is making that is made available also to the players that are non-aviation players, like the buses and so on, to save the emissions. And of course, we have different performance drivers for this. Sustainability is one that we discussed already. Interoperability and scalability is another. Predictability, punctuality are still in the top, bringing us to the most important performance driver, which is overall efficiency. Let me show you some examples how we're gonna build the digital future. The most important message that I wanted to give is that we have a lot of data actually. We are monitoring every flight in the airspace. We are monitoring different data in the airspace. We are monitoring every single message that is actually being given to us as a form of the flight plan, but also other messages for the consistency with our planning scenario. This is quite important that these messages are arriving to us, because if we don't do it, we won't be able to use all the existing developments for maximization of the results. As I mentioned already, the key developments that are mostly available for deployment for many reasons are not there. The most important problem is the gap that is actually between the development and full capability to build the results, to give the value. The reason is simple. It is the investment that is needed from the partners to make it running. There is a very nice initiative that was recently announced. This is the Digital Sky Demonstrators. And definitely this is one of the sources of funding to close the gap between the developments and industrialization that is meant by availability for this particular results to work for profit. And of course, another part, scalability, virtualization, and final effect. Most of the solutions that we have right now available are really merely scalable. Virtualization for good final effect is a key, and as a part of innovation, moving things to cloud could be a very interesting project that already is in place in many other areas of the works, however, not for aviation. And there is a need for that. The data aggregation, the sharing of the information analysis that should be available at every moment cannot be really pursued and made available because there is no good legal framework at this time. From the perspective of network, the most important problems that we face, of course, are legal and procedural barriers. There is really very limited guidance about the use of the major solutions that are based on the artificial intelligence and machine learning, and of course, their impact on safety. Of course, EASA, Eurocontrol, trying to deal with that on various levels. Also, European Commission did amazing work putting some guidance material. However, the problem is still there, and the problem is not only because of these limitations and understanding, but also because of the ownership claims. At this moment, there are various forums that are trying to deal with the data ownership problem, because we don't really know if the data is being produced, and this is the position data. Everyone is claiming their ownership. Manufacturers of avionics, those who receive this information, those who produce this information, and also those on which behalf the information was produced. So airline, manufacturer of the aircraft, avionics, receiver manufacturers are actually discussing from their perspective who owns the data that arrived at the setting system. Thanks God, I can say it, for the time being, there's kind of moratorium and everyone is using data, but it doesn't mean the problem is overcome. The problem is still there and it will last for some time. And at the end, information innovation. Like I said, the systems are there, they are very small, they are very fragmented, so they are barely used for improvements. And we really hope that future, especially at the airport level, will make them widely available for service provision and prediction. The best example for this is definitely a DSB that is quite major system that is deployed very widely. However, this is something that is still not recognized properly, especially by air navigation service providers, to work for future. Regardless of this, I wanted to present two nice evolutions, just two examples of how we utilize the data for the future. The first one that I already announced is the airport function. And this is something that we are very proud of because it brings really the good understanding of the situation. The airport functions is a kind of cell, a kind of our direct coordination cell that deals with the daily traffic evolution. Based on our own development, as you have presented here, we can understand better how the traffic is evolving over the time. As you see here on this example, one of the nicest things we have in-house is the evolution for 3 weeks. As you see here on the left and on the right part on the screens, this is the arrival and departure evolution percentage. And you see here by the color means where the traffic is changing. This is actually the message that was given to our stakeholders on 19th of August, as you see here. And this is showing, for example, in case of Poland, that the arrival evolution in the next 3 weeks for Gdańsk was decreasing. So the Gdańsk actually was losing some traffic, as well as Warsaw. But for example, the London airports were increasing pretty much at the same time. And this is based on our analysis of the scheduled and planned arrivals. Another part for the airport function that is based on data is, of course, the monitoring of the average price ratio. We are monitoring the different systems for the changes of the prices that are usually going well in line with the bookings. And as you see here on the same picture, on the picture from the same briefing, you see the data based on the August comparison. And you see, for example, the countries for which the prices were increasing. And since you still have the origins and destination, you can see the major traffic flows. This, of course, goes well in line with the previous slides, and our analysis are helping us to understand what can change in the nearest future, or how many movements will not happen because of the very low price ratio. We know that, of course, the business, especially nowadays, because it was really hit hard by the COVID crisis, is very dependent on the bookings and on the proper number of passengers on board. And the airport function works well ahead to the day of operations. As you see here, we are starting many weeks ahead, actually 6 weeks ahead of the tactical day, to start checking how the individual airports are how individual airports are performing. We are trying to find out issues and, of course, change different plans that were already briefed before. And we are briefing the NMOC, so the Network Management Operations Center, about potential changes to the plan scenarios. Between 2 weeks ahead of the tactical day and D-2, we do reassess the airport capacity and demand. How do we do it? We are using the data from the airport corner and other developments that I mentioned before. And we are looking for mitigations and plans that should be revised for the tactical day. We, of course, brief the NMOC about the changes that are applicable to the scenarios for the potential day. A day ahead, of course, we are again reviewing the playbook actions. We are checking the weather, and we try to revise the plan for the last times for implementations. Finally, we inform the stakeholders about the tactical operations and how we're gonna proceed. Then the tactical day. I believe this is very important what we really do there, because not only we are trying to deal with demand and capacity imbalance, but we also provide the hotline. How does it work specifically? I can tell you an example of the last season. We were able to recover a number of potentially unused slots by really checking if the flight could operate. Every data that I presented before, every analysis that we did, were allowing us sometimes to move the operations if the flexibility from the airline or aircraft operator was there, to move the aircraft ahead, or to investigate whether the operation that was already canceled from the operator perspective, but it was not reflected in the changed canceled flight plan yet, will really happen, and if we could recover the slot. This led to a number of saved minutes of delays during the day and allowed us to bring extra capacity, especially during the Euro 2020, that, as you know, happened this year. We also do the liaison between the Network Management Center and the Airport Operations Center. An Airport Operations Center is a unit usually established at the airport that deals with the daily traffic evolution. And if the APOC, if the Airport Operations Center is available, we are trying to deal with this unit directly. So we really know how the daily evolution is changing, and how we can help with supporting the daily traffic and the changes throughout the day. Another part of data-based evolutions of the airport's connectivity is the regional airport connectivity. As I mentioned before, for many years we had a problem not really encouraging all the members of the airport community to implement approach in their daily businesses that helps us to understand not only the arrival and departure time, but a couple of more information that could be relevant for precise planning. The regional airports are among those that are the most touched by the lack of proper solutions. Of course, one of the most important reasons is that their investment threshold, the requirements of their stakeholders to keep the costs low while offering the services adjusted to the size of the airport. And that is the reason why we found a solution that is called ECRA. ECRA solution is a central system that is low cost and brings the high value of daily operations. Our idea was to actually move the 4 important events from the airport without any intervention of the human, any intervention of the operator, directly to our network management operations center. As you see on this short demo, the 4 milestones, actual landing time, in-block time, off-block time, and takeoff time, are being transferred automatically with use of DSB to a network management operations center. ECRA calculates required information and is dealing with the airport system for the connection with the airport operational database with AODB. This approach allowed us to keep the both initial investment and the recurring cost very, very low, and also allowed us to provide a high value to our customers. We are able to provide operational information, which is a significant difference to the information that you can get out of commercial systems available widely, for any information about the inbound traffic, about the performance in the most connected airports, but also the local information. On the screen that you see here, you see the daily evolution of each airframe that is based on the analysis and information that we held in the network manager. And this information is presented to the local airport. So you can understand if the flight plan, if the really meets the flight times, if the evolution of the traffic change something in your plant scenario, and also if your airport will be affected by the potential delays in other places. I believe that this approach, centralized approach, is a way to move on and to provide the connectivity means to the wider bunch of stakeholders. We believe that use of ECRA, use of the functionalities that are really focused on bringing the profit, the benefit to the regional airports, turning them quickly into so-called advanced ATC towers, are a key milestone that we need to take, that we need to implement in order to provide the good visibility of the traffic evolution and improve significantly precision. As you see here, our idea to implement the ECRA at the wider number of airports means that we believe that until 2027 we'll have over 85% visible departure, which is a 70% change compared to the current situation. It also means that all our different ideas or our centralized system will be supported by the higher precision of information so that we will be able to provide improved services through the airport function to our customers. Few words to summarize my presentation. I think I'm not actually saying something strange here, that the future is really on the ground. I mean, we need to go to the predictive and digital technologies for runway and surface management. it doesn't really need to deal only with the situations that I suggested here. There are many nice projects in the European airspace, and I know that the partners of this forum are also working on the things like, for example, the estimation on the runway condition code. So the current understanding of the situation on the runway that is based on the data. All the data, predictive digital technologies for airport, runway, and surface management are actually targeting to bring the just-in-time support to the movements and deliver the optimized runway capacity. I think this is quite essential, because if we need to implement the new methods of data change between the data interchange between the current ATM players and the new UTM players, and implement the reduced separations, we need to deal with the database structure, with the database systems to really implement the sustainable aviation and reduce the noise footprint or environmental protection measures, such as reduced taxi or the taxi to runway without the engines, so with a kind of taxi pod. The network collaboration is quite essential, and I believe the connectivity methods that I presented here, and some food for thoughts considering the legal obligations and restrictions are required for sustainable operations. And the real-time turnaround monitoring of all airports is a key milestone to drive the punctuality efficiency, to avoid the capacity crunch, the capacity problems that we already experienced in 2018 and 19. I need to say that the net zero concept, the net zero for 2050, is something that is also quite important from the data perspective. If we want to really achieve the improved capacity and improved higher number of operations in the same airspace at the same airports, we really need to start working on the integration and the free flow of data between the various trusted actors to progressively integrate the current traffic, but also to integrate the new entrants like UAV or remotely piloted systems. And finally, the UTM-ATM integration, a part of the innovation that we deal already with right now, is something that will need the data, because we won't be able personally, because of the human restrictions, human factors, to deal with such a number of traffic, and the automation that is needed for this integration must be driven by the data, by the trusted data, and by the quality of data, going from the current fragmentation through integration to the object-based services. Thank you very much. This is the end of my presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you for this interesting presentation and all your insights. It's very valuable. Now it's time for questions. So if you're ready, I can read them out to you. If not, they're also available in the chat box on our Zoom in the meeting. Can you describe the major barriers in introducing the data-based approach at airports?
I think there are two kinds of barriers. The first one is legal or practice-based. So like I mentioned during my presentation, there is right now no common understanding how the data should be used, how different means should be implemented at the airports and on the borderline between the airport users and non-airport users, even the tower users. Another part, of course, that is dealing with this technical part is the cybersecurity. We didn't really touch this subject in this presentation, but we need to understand that cybersecurity is an important part of every system. And the data, especially when we don't secure them properly, are the most prone for any problems that could really make a bigger mess. As far as I understood from the different statistics, there are a number of attacks on the data, on the communication means daily. And so far, we are happily dealing with those. However, if we need to integrate the new entrants, the new systems that are much more based on data, we also need to secure the quality and the security of the data. Another part, of course, is the cost for database systems. Majority of the systems right now require really significant investment. And since there are no real incentives for using the data right now, as long as the other means are cheap and affordable to the community, they will be using those means rather than the systems based on the complicated and IT environment. Of course, the cloud revolution, bringing everything much closer to the user and reducing the cost by sharing the infrastructure is something that is changing the CBA positively towards using the systems based on data. However, they are still really fragmented and posing certain problems for wider applicability of the database system in our daily airport life.
Thank you. Next question. Database systems are expensive. How can smaller airports benefit from them?
Yeah, this is the problem that is not only here on the database systems. I mean, if we consider the data from the wider perspective, there are already a number of systems that were not available because of the cost barrier to the smaller or regional airports. One of the things is definitely to get the data centralized at the network manager level. One of the things we are doing is to promote actually the central data use with our systems, and also we are trying to prepare the systems and to demonstrate that they can work based on this data, and that they can work centrally without really bigger intervention from the local systems. The ECRA that was presented before is the system that utilizes really maximizes the utilization of our systems, of our information. And from that perspective, we understood that we can provide maybe at a little bit lower probability level, but still on the very high probability level, the good quality of information. However, if we can merge the data that we have available at Eurocontrol with the data that are available locally, it's even better, and the quality of the calculations, of the precision of the information significantly increase.
Thank you. We have many questions, so please, please bear with us. Next question. Do you use real-time simulations of the traffic to know the traffic state in the near future? For example, using cloud resources when the high computing power is needed?
Yeah, we do. I mean, as a part of building the scenarios for the particular time, yes, we do, using the cloud computing and our internal data. Of course, having in mind that we have only those data that are disclosed to us. But as you may heard already, we teamed up a couple of months ago with one of the satellite ADSB data provider, and we are using the ATFCM data, so the traffic flow control management data, to improve our predictions, to improve our daily scenarios, and we are achieving already improved results with this information. So yeah, definitely we are using the cloud data. We are collecting the data in cloud, definitely, and we have a kind of good backlog of information that we collected over the time.
Thank you. Another question. How do you collect data stats on the flights performing without flight plan?
That's a very interesting question. Thank you for this. I mentioned already that Eurocontrol is not dealing with most of the VFR flight plans because we are not dealing with uncontrolled airspace. I believe, but this is my personal view, that this situation will change over the time, and we need to deal with this information finally. Please let me express my personal view on this. I do believe that we need to distinguish two important factors in the airport or near airport operation. The one that is truly related to the flow and capacity management, runway capacity or the apron capacity mostly, and another one that is related to the airspace and the airspace management. While I don't really have, also having my controller background, to deal with the uncontrolled airspace users, VFR flight mostly. In my airport traffic control, From the airspace management, I would be very, very interested to understand in which hours and at what times I have the traffic nearby. Because if we put another dynamicity to the very fixed and very stable parts of airspace, we may achieve even bigger results, even better utilization of the airspace. This might be specifically important when we will be dealing with the UAVs, UAM, so the U-space. Right now, the whole concept is, of course, based on the segregation of the airspace, which means we have the U-space airspace, even in the ATM airspace. But over the time, the integration is planned, and we need to understand where's the traffic to bring this automation. So I can't imagine that we will refrain for very long from having the VFR data only as a positions or the straight line from place A to B outside of the controlled airspace in our systems.
Thank you. Another question: when designing terminal procedures at airports, is there any optimization taking into account the influence on fuel consumption for the entire network?
So I must say one important thing. We don't deal with the terminal procedures. So Eurocontrol is not responsible for terminal procedures. However, we are dealing with the emissions and, of course, with the fuel consumptions on the daily basis. And we, of course, try to support our stakeholders with optimization of everything that is environmentally dependent. One of the key milestones for that, of course, is the project that I already mentioned, the ECRA. We are also placing this project in the middle of our environmental solutions. And one of the things that we are trying to include that may help in design of the procedures and processes at the airport is the turnaround time. So basically, yes, we try to monitor all of this. We try to help our stakeholders optimize and influence positively the environment by reduction of the taxi times, by reduction of the taxi fuel, for example, by reduction of the different processes that could be, for example, reduced on one airport, but they are dependent on another airport. For example, if you recall the screen that I presented on my presentations, if you know that you will be not able to arrive on time, then the another aircraft may benefit out of this, because the stand will still be free. So maybe we will shorten the time. So there are plenty of different dependencies that we are considering when supporting our stakeholders, but apparently the design of the terminal procedures is not within our hands. So we may only disclose the information that support the pro-environmental approach.
Thank you. Next question. Do you check how reliable the weather prediction is for the runway choice, airport suitability check, and how it may influence the prediction of the traffic in a varying weather?
So we do check for the different weather patterns and weather predictions throughout the day. I'm not the best expert to actually describe it precisely. However, I can tell you the part that I was dealing with. We are constantly monitoring the different events and the historical events for the network and the impact it may have on the traffic. And we try to deal with the moving mass of air and include them in our operational scenarios. So the models are very complex. One of the things that is a part of our daily work that I didn't mention is the airport operations team. It's a forum for our stakeholders when we have the contact with their problems and we try to jointly solve the issues that they are facing at the local level. And under this airport operation team, there is a smart weather task force when we are sharing the experience, how the different factors, how the different weather-related events can affect or how we can deal with them and support the airport environment with the improved information.
Thank you so much. If you don't mind, we still have 2 questions left.
Yeah, happy to answer. Try to at least.
So, does the use of AI require you to fully justify the AI's output in a particular field or a black box AI decision is accepted in aviation? If the former, how deep the justification should be?
So I must say one important thing. I'm not the AI engineer or expert here. But I can tell you from my own experience that is based on several projects that we're dealing with the AI, that we have a problem with AI decisions. There is a project in the European airspace that has very nice name TAPAS, that is right now dealing with the explainable artificial intelligence factors in aviation. I believe that the results of this project will be very interesting for justification different decisions of the black box, of course, related to the specific use cases that were described there. And I'm absolutely sure that I didn't answer the question fully. However, for sure, the guys that are working on this project will be much better in the position to answer that question.
Thank you. One short question. How is data validity assured and how is data noise filtered?
This is also the question that I might not have the clear answer. With the data validity nor the noise, I'm working on the much more operational aspects of the project. However, for the data validity, I can tell one thing: we are using our operational data, so the data that are coming from the trusted sources. So, if it somehow helps to answer this question, that's everything I can tell about this.
Thank you so much. If there are no more questions, we'll move on to our next step on our agenda. So thank you, Jarosław, for being here with us. It's been really nice listening to you. So thank you once again. We're waiting for another speaker, the last speaker of our conference. So please stay with us for 2 more minutes. We'll be back in a second.
Thank you very much again.
Thank you.
All right, guys, happy to meet you all. My name is Bartosz Wojtasiak, and thanks to all English-speaking listeners, now we're shifting into Polish. So thanks for being with us, and as I said, we will conduct the rest in Polish, so thank you. Cześć, dzień dobry, ja nazywam się Bartosz Wojtasiak. W imieniu Invest in Pomerania, wszystkich firm, instytucji i ludzi, którzy wspierają inicjatywę Aviation Hub, chciałbym Wam podziękować za te 2 dni. Jest mi niezmiernie miło zakończyć tę naszą konferencję w szczególny sposób. Jest z nami gość specjalny. Przez te ostatnie 2 dni słuchaliśmy głównie o branży. Mówione to było wszystko w sposób pochodzący prosto z branży albo od branży. Chcielibyśmy na sam koniec odwrócić tę perspektywę i dzięki temu, że jest z nami dzisiaj Jan Pelczar, dziennikarz, absolwent Polskiej Szkoły Reportażu, osoba kojarzona z takimi tytułami jak Przekrój, chociażby Duży Format. a także autor książki Lecę, piloci mi to powiedzieli. Jest to główna przyczyna, dla której dzisiaj się spotykamy. Także nie zabieram już więcej głosu. Przechodzimy, proszę do Ciebie, Janku, i przekazuję Ci łącze.
Dziękuję Ci bardzo. Ja dodałbym, że rzeczywiście przez te 2 dni imponująca wiedza, imponujące dane i przede wszystkim mnóstwo bardzo ciekawych prezentacji tutaj zostało nam udostępnionych. I to było fantastyczne i rzeczywiście można się było wiele dowiedzieć na temat tego, jak działa branża lotnicza, a na koniec można by powiedzieć, kompletny laik, czyli ktoś, kto nie ma wam do powiedzenia nic na temat samej branży, ale mogę zmienić tę perspektywę i dostarczyć też trochę, mam nadzieję, rozrywki na koniec, bo nie mam prezentacji, nie będzie tutaj nic do czytania i śledzenia, w związku z czym możecie spokojnie usiąść wygodnie w fotelach, nie zapinać tym razem pasów i posłuchać historii, jak ta branża wygląda z drugiej strony i dlaczego to jest, myślę, ważne też dla samej branży lotniczej. Dlaczego? Dlatego, że książka Lecę, piloci mi to powiedzieli, tak pięknie przedstawiona tutaj przed chwilą, to jest książka rzeczywiście o pilotkach i pilotach, o ich drodze w branży lotniczej. Natomiast dla mnie jest także książką o zmianie perspektywy i tym, dlaczego lotnictwo jest takie ważne, bo gdyby tak nie było, to w gruncie rzeczy moglibyśmy powiedzieć, że możemy znaleźć sobie jakieś inne formy komunikacji, szczególnie ze względu na ten zrównoważony rozwój, który tutaj był jednym z głównych tematów Aviation Hub. A po co nam lotnictwo? Lotnictwo jednak daje nam tę zmianę perspektywy, która bardzo jest potrzebna. No i ten drugi aspekt rozwoju cyfrowego i to, jak wiele słyszeliście tutaj w ciągu ostatnich 2 dni na temat digital i tego, jaka jest przyszłość technologii, to też jest częścią książki Lecę, piloci mi to powiedzieli. I to jest niezwykle fascynujące i postawione zostaje pytanie, kiedy i czy my będziemy jeszcze świadkami tego, będzie kres człowieka w nawigowaniu samolotów. Wiem, że padały tutaj już takie pytania w ciągu tych 2 dni, że najtrudniej to jednak będzie przekonać pasażerów do tego, by skorzystali z takiej funkcji i może łatwiej będzie wynaleźć taki rzeczywiście autonomiczny samolot pasażerski. No i to jest też częścią rozważań, którym poddali się piloci w książce Lecę, piloci mi to powiedzieli. I czytelnicy bardzo żywo na to rzeczywiście zareagowali. Ja mogę powiedzieć na początek też o swojej drodze do tej książki, bo to prawda, Polska Szkoła Reportażu ma tutaj kluczowe znaczenie. To jest pomysł tak naprawdę nie mój. I mimo, że lotnictwo od zawsze było mi bliskie ze względu na fascynację i na to piszę też o tym we wstępie, że mogłem obserwować samoloty lądujące na wrocławskich Strachowicach ze swojego osiedla, z osiedla Krzyki Borek. To jest miejsce, gdzie do dzisiaj ta droga do lądowania przebiega nad Borkiem właśnie. No i to sprawiło, że jakoś od dzieciństwa rzeczywiście samoloty stanowiły dla mnie część krajobrazu, część bardzo bliską, miłą i chętnie wypatrywaną i należę do tych pasażerów, którzy zdecydowanie cieszą się, że mogą gdzieś polecieć, nie mają żadnych lęków i żadnego strachu przed tym, żeby wsiąść do samolotu. Jak się okazało, zupełnie inaczej jest z czytelnikami, którzy w wielu przypadkach na początku omijali Lecę ze względu na także strach przed lataniem, a później często nakłaniani przez innych także sięgnęli po tę książkę i docierały do mnie i docierają do dzisiaj komentarze, że ta wiedza, którą uzyskali, przezwycięża lęk przed lataniem. I to jest bardzo ciekawy aspekt, o którym też będę chciał dzisiaj powiedzieć. Jakby zupełnie odwrotny od tego, co Bismarck kiedyś mówił o parówkach i polityce, o tym, że lepiej nie wiedzieć, jak się robi parówki, jak się robi politykę. Okazuje się, że lepiej wiedzieć, jak działają samoloty i lepiej zdemitologizować pilotów i pilotki, nie myśleć o nich jako o nadludziach albo o specjalnie wyselekcjonowanej branży, tylko zdać sobie sprawę, że powierzamy wszystko zwykłym ludziom, ale także całemu szeregowi procedur, które jeśli zadziałają dobrze, a w większości przypadków działają dobrze, to sprowadzą nas bezpiecznie na ziemię. I okazuje się, że lektura tych wszystkich sekwencji opisanych w książce w taki bardziej fabularny sposób niż technologiczny pozwala rzeczywiście niektórym czytelnikom i niektórym czytelniczkom napisać, że jak czynią to na Instagramie, dzięki przeczytaniu Lecę nie mają już oporów z wsiadaniem do samolotu. Ale to nie było moją intencją od samego początku, by pisać książkę z jakąś tezą, wspierać branżę lotniczą, czy opisywać ją jako szczególnie ważną. Moją inspiracją tak naprawdę było jedno pytanie, które padło na zajęciach dla absolwentów Polskiej Szkoły Reportażu, które jeszcze przed pandemią były organizowane co roku. To są takie zajęcia, na które może się zgłosić i jeśli zdąży przed wyczerpaniem limitu każdy absolwent Polskiej Szkoły Reportażu, to weźmie w nich udział i co roku miały one trochę inny charakter, innych dotyczyły aspektów. I pewnego roku był tam taki wykład mojej koleżanki Agaty Romaniuk, która prezentowała swój bank pomysłów, bo ona należy do tych dziennikarek, które wymyślają kilka pomysłów na teksty dziennie, nie są w stanie wszystkich realizować. Jednocześnie jest także z zawodu socjologiem, który bardzo prężnie pracuje na rynku wielkich firm. W związku z tym nie ma naprawdę czasu do zrealizowania większości swoich pomysłów. No i postanowiła zrobić taki bank pomysłów, nauczyć innych, skąd u niej taka łatwość sięgania po różne miejsca, do różnych sfer życia, skąd czerpie takie inspiracje i tematy, a jednocześnie każdy mógł sobie z tego banku pomysłów, z tej prezentacji Agaty wybrać jeden temat. I takim tematem na jednym ze slajdów było pytanie, co się dzieje za zamkniętymi drzwiami kabiny pilotów. No i być może w związku z tą swoją sympatią do latania od dziecka, jak tylko zobaczyłem ten slajd, to wiedziałem, że muszę się do tego zgłosić, zaklepać sobie ten temat, żeby nikt mi go, broń Boże, nie zabrał, ale z drugiej strony jednocześnie sam sobie zadawałem pytanie, gdzie tu jest temat? Przecież o tym na pewno powstały już dziesiątki tekstów, dziesiątki reportaży. To jest sytuacja, która na pewno została rzetelnie zdokumentowana. Ku mojemu wielkiemu zdumieniu okazało się, że wcale tak nie jest. Że to, co dzieje się za zamkniętymi drzwiami kabiny pilotów, zamkniętymi na dobre po 2001 roku, nie piszą media, bo pisać nie mogą, bo jest to wiedza, która jest ściśle strzeżona. No i rzeczywiście wyzwaniem będzie nie tyle napisanie tego tekstu, co dotarcie do osób, które zechcą o tym opowiadać. To mi się jednak udało, bo jest kilka takich, znalazłem kilka takich osób, które uznało, że to jest dobra rzecz, żeby zdemitologizować obraz lotnika, żeby opowiedzieć o tym, jak dzisiaj wygląda sytuacja w branży lotniczej, że niekoniecznie wszyscy piloci są tak jak mistrzyni, która wczoraj miała tutaj swój wykład na koniec dnia Aviation Hub, czyli Patrycja, nie wszyscy są sprawni w lotach szybowcowych, nie wszyscy przeszli przez takie treningi i szkoły, jakie kiedyś należały do standardowych, że dzisiaj tak naprawdę każdy może być pilotem i pilotką i ma to swoje dobre i ma to swoje złe strony. Chcieli o tym opowiadać, ale rzeczywiście trzeba było zadać sobie też trud, żeby te treści były tak przekonfigurowane, by nie można było rozpoznać, kto udzielił głosu, co w niektórych przypadkach się do końca nie udało, ponieważ jeden z pilotów skarżył się, że szybko został przez kolegów rozpoznany, ale oczywiście zaprzeczał. Drugi już nigdy nie odebrał ode mnie telefonu, więc podejrzewam, że też nie najlepiej zniósł samą publikację tego tekstu. Tekst ukazał się w dużym formacie to było w 2018 roku, 28 lipca i wtedy redakcja Gazety Wyborczej przygotowywała mnie przez kilka dni do tego, bym znalazł sobie kogoś, kto będzie mnie bronił. Zastanawiałem się przed czym. Odpowiedzią redakcji było przed potencjalnymi głosami krytycznymi ze strony branży lotniczej, bo jednak w tekście, który nosił tytuł Jak długo leci z nami pilot, pojawiały się pewne tajemnice, choć oczywiście nie takie, które mogłyby zagrozić bezpieczeństwu przewozu lotniczego. Tę wiedzę, którą też gdzieś tam sprzedali mi piloci, zachowałem dla siebie. Tekst był też rzetelnie zweryfikowany przez innych pilotów, innych ekspertów od branży lotniczej, że nie ma tam żadnych nieścisłości, ale mimo wszystko redakcja spodziewała się, że on może obudzić o tyle kontrowersję, że rzeczywiście branża lotnicza niechętnie dzieli się swoją wiedzą i swoimi tajemnicami. Do pewnego stopnia porównywano to w tej logice redakcyjnej z takimi branżami mundurowymi, które także niechętnie mówią o tym, co się u nich dzieje. To okazało się chybione przeświadczenie do pewnego stopnia, ponieważ po publikacji reportażu nie pojawił się żaden głos krytyczny, który musiałby rzeczywiście zostać skonfrontowany z jakimś ekspertem, który broniłby tego, że oto tekst został napisany rzetelnie i tam jest prawda o tym, jak wygląda lot, bo tak też został skonstruowany sam reportaż. Pisałem o tym, co się dzieje w czasie, kiedy pasażer jest na lotnisku te swoje 1,5 godziny przed odlotem, co się dzieje wtedy, kiedy idzie na odprawę bezpieczeństwa, co się dzieje po tej drugiej stronie, co wtedy robią piloci, pilotki, jak wygląda przygotowanie maszyny i załogi do lotu, dlaczego tak często stoimy w kolejkach przed wejściem już na pokład, jak to wszystko wygląda od drugiej strony, te poszukiwania samolotu w burakach, te podwożenie autobusami, ten cały łańcuch także powiązań, który doskonale na pewno znacie, który jest związany z obsługą naziemną, ale także z nawigowaniem lotu, to wszystko piloci opowiadali w relacji do tego, co się akurat dzieje z pasażerami. Mieli też swoje obserwacje na temat pasażerów i tego, jak ich zachowanie się zmienia względem pewnych wydarzeń w trakcie lotu oraz także jak ich zachowanie się zmienia względem tego, co dzieje się wówczas, kiedy na pokładzie dzieją się poszczególne rzeczy, jakie pasażerowie popełniają błędy. No i pamiętam, że tak naprawdę jedynym takim większym odzewem po publikacji tego tekstu, jeśli chodzi o opinię publiczną, społeczną, był fakt, że dostałem wiele wiadomości: dzięki tobie już nigdy nie zdejmę butów na pokładzie, a szczególnie idąc do samolotowej toalety. I to były takie, można powiedzieć, praktyczne zastosowania tekstu Jak długo leci z nami pilot, ale okazało się, że tekst zaciekawił też wydawnictwa. Kilka wydawnictw zgłosiło się do mnie z propozycją napisania książki. Niektóre z tych propozycji były mi nie po drodze, bo na przykład chciano, żeby taka książka powstała szybko i była zbiorem wywiadów z pilotami i pilotkami. Inne wydawnictwa chciały też, żeby na przykład zestawić pracę pilotek i pilotów w lotnictwie pasażerskim z pracą sanitariuszy, chirurgów, wojskowych. I to miałoby taki też wymiar sensacyjny nieco o tym, że tak nam się wydaje, że wszystko jest w porządku, od A do Z ułożone i wygląda jak w takich laboratoryjnych warunkach albo na diagramie zasad BHP, że wszystko rzeczywiście działa tak, jak działać powinno, a jaka jest rzeczywistość, to każdy wie i może nam powiedzieć, no bo nie trzeba żadnych też sensacji szukać, wystarczy, że jakiś chirurg, pilot, pilotka czy sanitariuszka jest na przykład rodzicem i ma za sobą nieprzespaną noc z małym dzieckiem i już ta sytuacja nie jest taka komfortowa i wzorowa, jak to przepisy by tego wymagały. Jednak ja nie zdecydowałem się na podjęcie tematu lotniczego w szerszej wersji, w wersji książkowej pod tym kątem, bo cieszyło mnie też to, że tekst o pilotach opublikowany w dużym formacie rzeczywiście cieszył się zainteresowaniem ze względu na to, że udało się wreszcie porozmawiać z pilotami, co nie było tylko niecodziennym wydarzeniem na rynku polskim, ponieważ był to też czwarty reportaż w historii polskich reportaży przedrukowany w niemieckim prestiżowym kwartalniku Reportagen. Poprzednie reportaże to były dzieła takich tuzów jak Ryszard Kapuściński czy Mariusz Szczygieł, więc Reportagen dało też taki stempel jakości tekstowi oraz samemu zainteresowaniu pilotażem. Oni, no bądźmy szczerzy, byli tym zainteresowani nie ze względu na jakieś moje wybitne talenty pisarskie, ale ze względu na to, że oto piloci powiedzieli, co się dzieje za zamkniętymi drzwiami kabiny, zdradzili swoje tajemnice, powiedzieli, z jakimi problemami stykają się na co dzień w pracy, jak dzisiaj wygląda droga za stery, jakie są systemowe błędy w szkoleniu, jak to może niektórym sytuacjom zagrażać. No i mówili szczerze, mówili oczywiście anonimowo, ale Reportagen jako magazyn niemieckojęzyczny wychodzący w Szwajcarii, Austrii i Niemczech bardzo rzetelnie musi weryfikować swoje źródła. W Polsce podobny fact-checking stosuje bodajże jedynie miesiętnik Pismo i Reportagen rzeczywiście zażądało dostępu do moich bohaterów, którzy zostali uprzedzeni o tym i zgodzili się, traktowali to też jako kolejną przygodę, no i potwierdzili te wszystkie doniesienia, które zostały zebrane w tekście i tak oto o polskich pilotach i o tym, jak wygląda codzienna praca, no także oczywiście na trasach międzykontynentalnych i europejskich, można poczytać po niemiecku w Reportagen. Kolejną konsekwencją napisania tekstu była nominacja do Grand Pressa, ale wtedy już, kiedy to się okazało, miałem już porozumienie z jednym wydawnictwem, z wydawnictwem Czarne. Książka, którą widzicie za moimi plecami, ukazała się w tym roku, czyli po 3 latach od tego reportażu. Skąd taki okres? No stąd, że rzeczywiście okazało się, że piloci niekoniecznie chcieli iść dalej, niekoniecznie chcieli dzielić się swoimi tajemnicami jeszcze szerzej i także swoimi osobistymi historiami, bo zdawałem sobie sprawę, że powtórzenie tego modelu w książce, modelu z tekstu prasowego, aby opowiedzieć o jednym locie na kartach książki, no to nie będzie już możliwe. No i to też będzie powielenie, czy też rozwodnienie nieco tekstu. Dlatego postanowiłem, że tym razem to musi być zupełnie inna opowieść i to musi być opowieść z jednej strony osobista, a z drugiej strony opowieść, która da też takie szersze spektrum tego, dlaczego lotnictwo jest takie ważne, dlaczego jest dobre albo złe, co w nim jest dobrego albo złego i co się rzeczywiście dalej za zamkniętymi drzwiami kabiny pilotów dzieje i jak wygląda ta sytuacja na rynku. By to wszystko zebrać, no trzeba było porozmawiać nie tylko z tymi pilotami, którzy już ze mną do dużego formatu porozmawiali, no ale zebrać zdecydowanie jeszcze więcej chętnych osób. No i to okazało się bardzo dużym wyzwaniem, ponieważ okazało się, że przez pierwszych kilka miesięcy w zasadzie nie udało mi się pozyskać żadnego kontaktu. Postanowiłem, że powinienem być bardzo też transparentny w swoich działaniach, w związku z czym wysłałem informacje o przygotowywanej książce oraz o chęci porozmawiania z różnymi osobami do wszystkich działających na polskim rynku linii lotniczych, do ich działów albo marketingu, albo PR-u, albo do biur prasowych, jeśli takie posiadają. I już wiedziałem, jakie będzie nastawienie, kiedy nie dostałem żadnej odpowiedzi na jakiegokolwiek maila, ponieważ liczyłem, że po prostu dostanę od razu odpowiedzi odmowne, albo być może zdarzy się jedna czy dwie takie sytuacje, że ktoś, jak to się mówi w dziennikarstwie, wystawi mi rzeczy jak z komunikatów prasowych, a niekoniecznie taką krwistą historię, jaką chcieliby przeczytać czytelnicy w książce. No niestety nie dostałem żadnej odpowiedzi. By sprawdzić, dlaczego tak się stało, wybrałem się na chrzciny jednego z samolotów, na chrzciny jednego z połączeń w Polsce, otwieranego nowego połączenia. No i tam miałem dostęp jako dziennikarz do osób z biura prasowego linii, a także do osób z zarządu tej linii na tę część Europy. No i próbowałem od nich otrzymać informację, czy taki kontakt byłby możliwy, czy byliby zainteresowani. Oczywiście mówili, że tak, ale zdawałem sobie sprawę, że nie będzie żadnego ciągu dalszego i rozumiałem, że nie są zainteresowani tym, aby o ich branży w ten sposób pisać, by powstała taka książka. Jest bardzo duża sympatia do książek, które publikują szczególnie byli piloci, ale także obecnie jest sporo blogów, jest sporo też kont instagramowych prowadzonych przez pilotów i one do pewnego momentu i do pewnego stopnia są nawet w pewien sposób dobrze widziane w branży lotniczej, natomiast no, mówienie dziennikarzowi o sytuacjach każdych to nie jest już coś, co można by było zaakceptować. No i dlatego też jeszcze więcej czasu i jeszcze dłużej musiałem poświęcić, by dotrzeć do tych pilotów i do tych pilotek, które ostatecznie w książce postanowili się wypowiedzieć. I tutaj ciekawostką jest to, że w pewien sposób udało mi się to dzięki Trójmiastu, co myślę Invest in Pomerania może zainteresować, ponieważ już zrezygnowany po tym, jak przez tydzień szukałem kontaktów w Warszawie bez jakiegokolwiek powodzenia. No i zastanawiając się, czy po powrocie do Wrocławia, gdzie na co dzień mieszkam i pracuję, nie będę musiał porozmawiać na poważnie z wydawnictwem o zmianie planów, o odstąpieniu od napisania tej książki, wybrałem się na imprezę urodzinową do jednego ze znajomych. No i na tej imprezie wdałem się w taką small-talkową rozmowę z nieznajomym na temat, jakie jest w Polsce miasto, w którym najlepiej spędzić zimę. No i moim typem była Gdynia. Okazało się, że zarówno osoba, z którą rozmawiam, jak i ja spędzamy życie w innych miastach, ale każdy z nas co roku przez 2-3 tygodnie, w zależności od tego, jaki to jest rok, jest w Gdyni albo w Trójmieście ze względów zawodowych. W moim przypadku to przede wszystkim był Festiwal Polskich Filmów Fabularnych w Gdyni. No ja od zawsze zazdrościłem Trójmiastu tego, jak się tam wygodnie żyje i swobodnie, i jak jest to dobrze skomunikowane miasto, a szczególnie Gdynię darzę sentymentem. No okazało się, że mój rozmówca organizuje w Gdyni pewien festiwal. No ja pomyślałem, że być może to chodzi o open air, więc już miałem zakończyć tę rozmowę, odejść do jakiegoś innego kółeczka imprezowego, no ale w ostatniej chwili postanowiłem jakoś zapytać, wykazać się zainteresowaniem, jaki to festiwal. No okazało się, że chodzi o airshow. I w ten oto sposób zapaliło mi się światełko w głowie i postanowiłem spróbować jeszcze tej jednej furtki. No i rzeczywiście pojechałem na następny airshow. W międzyczasie osoby z tym airshow związane także pomogły mi w znalezieniu kilku kontaktów. No i tak bardzo ślamazarną, żmudną drogą docierałem do kolejnych pilotek i pilotów, ale muszę przyznać, że pracuję w dziennikarstwie 24 lata i nigdy nie miałem takich trudności z pozyskaniem kontaktów, jak w przypadku pracy z pilotkami i pilotami. Dochodziło do sytuacji wręcz kuriozalnych, kiedy byłem umówiony na spotkanie, siedziałem w jakimś innym mieście, czekałem na osobę, z którą mam się spotkać, a ona nie odbierała telefonu, nie odpowiadała na SMS-y, po czym pisała na przykład po 2-3 godzinach, że właśnie wylądowała we Wrocławiu i bardzo jest jej przykro, ale została wzięta z dyżuru, bo ktoś właśnie zachorował albo nie dotarł do pracy z jakichś innych przyczyn. No, co było dosyć zabawne, bo gdybym wiedział o tym późnym wieczorem i uzyskał taką informację od razu, no to choćby na wrocławskim lotnisku mógłbym się na tę chwilę spotkać i być może umówić na następne spotkanie, bo zdawałem sobie sprawę, że głównym powodem odrzucania tych propozycji jest nieufność wobec tego, że dziennikarz będzie szukał sensacji i właśnie próbował opisywać pilotki i pilotów jako nierzetelne, nieprofesjonalne, a samą branżę jako ryzykującą życiem pasażerów, co okazało się oczywiście nieprawdą i do dzisiaj jest zresztą jednym z zarzutów stawianych mi przez czytelniczki i czytelników, że mało jest w książce pikantnych historii, mało jest takich sensacyjnych anegdot. No nie o taką książkę mi chodziło, nie taki obraz, nie takiej perspektywy szukałem. Szukałem bardziej zrozumienia tego, jak dzisiaj wygląda lotnictwo i czego się też możemy od lotników nauczyć. I kiedy już udawało mi się komuś wysłać reportaż albo umówić na spotkanie i opowiedzieć o swojej wizji, no to wówczas rzeczywiście łatwiej było się porozumieć i często takich spotkań było więcej i często też od takich osób dostawałem kontakt do kolejnych bohaterek i bohaterów książki, bo zależało mi na tym, by porozmawiać zarówno o samej branży i jej sytuacji, ale także o historiach osobistych, o tych, dlaczego piloci znaleźli się w takim miejscu. I tutaj książka obfituje w różne relacje, bo też chciałem, żeby była taką różnorodną panoramą polskiego pilotażu, takim reprezentatywnym wycinkiem. Są tutaj historie tych, którzy za chwilę przejdą na emeryturę lub w międzyczasie już na tę emeryturę przeszli i zostali w instruktażu. Są historie tych, którzy tak naprawdę nigdy jednak nie zostali pilotami, bo na przeszkodzie stanął COVID, czyli piloci, z którymi rozmawiałem tuż przed ich ostatnimi egzaminami liniowymi. No i przyszedł COVID i tych egzaminów nie było. Był powrót do poprzedniej pracy i dosyć pokaźna strata finansowa, no bo pieniędzy pochłoniętych na szkolenie nie da się za bardzo odzyskać w innym zawodzie, w inny sposób. I to też pokazywało mi, jak bardzo dużą determinacją i pasją trzeba się wykazać, żeby rzeczywiście zdecydować się na taką ścieżkę zawodową. I to też jest sytuacja, która bardzo ciekawi czytelników i czytelniczki. Dostaję bardzo dużo pytań o to, jak można wejść do branży lotniczej, czy szkoły w Polsce rzeczywiście są jakąś realną opcją dla dzisiejszych licealistów. No i tutaj zawsze mam dobre informacje dla tych, którzy chcą zostać adeptami i adeptkami latania, ponieważ jesteśmy tym krajem, który ma bardzo dobre przygotowanie dla tych, którzy nie mają takiego finansowania i nie chcą wziąć kredytów, no ale oczywiście też istnieje ta droga, by wyszkolić się za pieniądze konkretnej linii lotniczej i później spłacać to kolejnymi latami lojalnościowego latania. I te wszystkie informacje okazały się ciekawe dla czytelniczek i czytelników książki Lecę, piloci mi to powiedzieli, bo okazały się też informacjami, których nie można pozyskać, jeśli nie jest się zainteresowanym, bo zdaję też sobie sprawę z tego, że książka pisana z myślą o szerszym czytelniku, bardzo wiele osób, które zjadły zęby na branży, zawodzi tym, że nie dowiedzą się niczego nowego być może nie będą też zgodni z pewnymi przemyśleniami, ale na tym też mi poniekąd zależało, ponieważ w książce pojawiają się takie aspekty jak chociażby przyszłość latania i postępująca automatyzacja, coś co też było tematem konferencji. No i tutaj zrobiłem bardzo prostą rzecz z punktu widzenia redakcyjnego, czyli zestawiłem ze sobą pilotów i pilotki, które mają zupełnie inne zdanie na ten temat. Czyli orędowników wycinania pilotów z kabin i foteli oraz tych, którzy uważają, że absolutnie bez oceny ludzkiego umysłu, bez oceny ludzkiego oka, taka rzecz jak pilotowanie nie może się odbyć i że nie w ten sposób żadną maszyną i żadnym komputerem zastąpić takiej intuicji ludzkiej. I ta wiara jest ogromna i zdecydowanie potwierdzają to reakcje czytelniczek i czytelników. Do dzisiaj nie spotkałem w zasadzie ani jednej osoby, która powiedziałaby tak, chciałbym jutro wsiąść do autonomicznego samolotu, nie byłoby z tym żadnego problemu. Zdaję też sobie sprawę z tego, jak wielką rolę odgrywa psychologia nawet w dzisiejszym lataniu, ponieważ jeśli z kolei stawiam się w roli edukatora i zżymam trochę na reakcję osób, z którymi rozmawiam na temat książki, to dlatego, że niejednokrotnie są negatywnie nastawieni do wizji pilotów, jaką przedstawia książka. Czyli uważają, że osoby za młode nie powinny być pilotami, te starsze też nie. Najlepiej, żeby to jednak była taka określona, jakoś bardzo przeszkolona, wytrenowana niczym z filmów sensacyjnych grupa ludzi. No jest też, muszę to powiedzieć niestety, spory problem z akceptacją pilotek wśród osób, które są pasażerami w Polsce, co niejednokrotnie udało mi się podpatrzeć i zobaczyć przy reakcjach pasażerów i pasażerek także, kiedy wita się kapitan z nie tylko załogą, no ale przecież z pasażerami przede wszystkim opowiada im o tym, jak będzie przebiegał lot. To jest bardzo przykre i to było także jedną z motywacji do tego, o co też nie było łatwo, bo pilotek jest mało, ale bardzo chciałem do nich dotrzeć. Chciałem, żeby stało się też jasne, jak innowacyjną branżą jest branża lotnicza, nie tylko ze względów technologicznych, ale także ze względów kulturowych, ponieważ starałem się taki przekaz zawrzeć w książce Lecę, piloci mi to powiedzieli, że jest wiele aspektów, które na Ziemi mogłyby nam pomóc, gdybyśmy je przeszczepili z kabiny pilotów. To są takie aspekty jak właśnie równość, równe traktowanie. Oczywiście wiadomo, że jest hierarchia w kabinie pilotów, ale to też jest CRM i to też jest rozmowa. To nie jest hierarchia polegająca na tylko wydawaniu rozkazów i tym, że ktoś musi ślepo im podążać. To jest zawsze przedyskutowana operacja, to jest pewna kultura komunikacji. No i to jest też doświadczenie, które pokazuje, że nie ma żadnego znaczenia, jakiej dana osoba jest płci, wiary, koloru skóry czy wyznania. Ta sama osoba jest równie dobrym pilotem, jak ta, która siedzi po lewej czy po prawej stronie, bo po prostu teraz jest za sterami, jest odpowiedzialna za to, co się dzieje na pokładzie. I to jest bardzo ciekawe, że jesteśmy w stanie przyjąć taką perspektywę dopiero kiedy mamy to potencjalne pośrednie zagrożenie życia, czyli jesteśmy w sytuacji, w której musimy oddać się w czyjeś ręce i poczekać, aż z powrotem wylądujemy. No i wtedy jesteśmy w stanie zaufać, a kiedy znajdujemy się z powrotem na ziemi, to wracają nam jakieś uprzedzenia, które potęguje też niewiedza. I to mnie cieszy, że dostałem dużo feedbacku od głównie czytelniczek, że to świetnie, że tak opisane są pilotki, że jest ich coraz więcej i że ta zmiana staje się zauważalna. No i że rzeczywiście położony jest też nacisk w książce Lecę, piloci mi to powiedzieli, na nie tylko innowacje technologiczne, ale też na ten aspekt kulturowy. Jest też aspekt klimatyczny, związany z jednym z moich ulubionych pilotów, który znany jest większości ludzi jako pierwszy człowiek na Księżycu, czyli Neil Armstrong, ale który wcześniej był pilotem oblatywaczem i w zasadzie opowiadał też o tym, że traktował jako kolejny lot, swój lot w kosmos i że bez doświadczenia, które zdobył z lotnictwa, nie byłby w stanie wielu procedur wykonać i że w zasadzie to było dla niego przedłużenie tej kariery i do końca życia sam o sobie mówił, że przede wszystkim jest pilotem. Kontakt z jego opowieściami był też bezcenny ze względu na to, że udało się dzięki temu przemycić do Lece, piloci mi to powiedzieli, ten wątek ekologiczny, który pokazuje, że lotnictwo obciążane przez wielu dzisiaj za zanieczyszczenie planety jest też jednak w pewien sposób branżą, która pozwala uświadomić problem i pozwala na niego spojrzeć z góry, no bo przecież bez Neila Armstronga, bez całego programu kosmicznego nie byłoby zmieniających perspektywę zdjęć kuli ziemskiej z przestrzeni kosmicznej, nie byłoby też kolejnych milowych kroków, które pokazały nam skalę problemu. Co ciekawe, udało mi się też dotrzeć do pilotów, którzy są denialistami, czyli zaprzeczają istnieniu efektu klimatycznego. Co ciekawe, latają na tych samych międzykontynentalnych trasach, na których latają inni piloci, którzy mówią, tak, widzę co roku z kabiny, że są skutki. Jest coraz mniej zieleni w pewnych miejscach globu, coraz więcej pustynnienia w innych jego częściach. To wszystko też zostało opisane w książce Piloci mi to powiedzieli i to sprawiło ciekawą rzecz, że czytelnicy, z którymi rozmawiam, nie mają problemu z tymi treściami, jeśli sami mają taki dosyć negatywne nastawienie do ekologii i traktują ją jako coś przesadzonego obecnie i mówią, że to nie jest taka skala problemu, a są pasjonatami lotnictwa. Oni wówczas mówią, że obraz, który przedstawia książka, jest ok i że to jest rzeczywiście dla nich ciekawe, że znalazłem też takich pilotów, którzy mają problem z tym, że wykonują taki zawód i starają się na co dzień żyć w zrównoważony sposób i też kibicują swoim liniom lotniczym, by rzeczywiście nie tylko prezentowały na konferencjach, ale też wdrażały kolejne rozwiązania związane ze zrównoważonym rozwojem. To, o czym też dzisiaj słyszeliśmy tutaj podczas konferencji. I to jest ciekawa perspektywa dla czytelniczek i czytelników, którzy są może nastroszeni nieco na ekologię. Natomiast dla wielu tych, którzy nie chcą wsiadać do samolotów, mówią, że to jest nieekologiczne, wielu tym osobom mam wrażenie, książka Lecę, piloci mi to powiedzieli, otworzyła nieco oczy na fakt, że to nie jest tak, że da się zaprzestać latania i wtedy będzie wszystko ok, że są inne koszty wówczas do poniesienia, że wycofanie jednej kostki domina z tej układanki nie sprawi, że ona będzie dalej funkcjonować tak, jak funkcjonować powinna i nie będzie zdrowa. I myślę, że też to świetnie uświadomiła wszystkim sytuacja pandemii, ponieważ przed pandemią moje rozważania w książce i rozmowy z pilotami na ten temat były czysto teoretyczne. Natomiast kiedy siadłem już do spisywania treści rozmów, do budowania konstrukcji książki, no to wówczas właśnie trafił się lockdown. Ja byłem w takiej paradoksalnej sytuacji, że pisząc książkę wiedziałem, że ona się tak naprawdę w tej formie nigdy nie ukaże, bo opisywałem stan lotnictwa z 2019 roku, z absolutnej hossy, z nawoływania i motywowania wszystkich do brania kolejnych kursów i szkoleń, ponieważ brakuje pilotów na rynku. No a za oknami w wiadomościach miałem uziemione samoloty, pilotów, którzy robili, tych, z którymi rozmawiałem, a wówczas już wiedziałem, że muszę się umówić na kolejne rozmowy, pilotów, którzy mówili mi, że robią kursy na operatorów wózków widłowych albo zdobywają uprawnienia kierowców ciężarówek, by jakoś przetrwać. No i sytuacja była nieciekawa, o czym doskonale wiecie. I wówczas ten moment, w którym lotnictwo zostało uziemione jak nigdy w historii, uświadomił także, że to nie jest najlepsze, że to nie jest sytuacja, w której ta komunikacja będzie o wiele czystsza długofalowo, ponieważ wskutek tego, że nie działa lotnictwo, nie działają inne sektory gospodarki. To jest system naczyń połączonych cały czas i ten system naczyń połączonych można zmieniać, ale nie w sposób rewolucyjny i radykalny, bo wtedy to też skończy się katastrofą. Możemy to zmieniać w sposób równoważony i też takie poszukiwania mają miejsce, o czym czytelnicy dowiadują się z książki i mówią, że o tym po prostu nie wiedzieli. Więc myślę, że przekaz, który do tej pory dociera głównie z mediów czy z mediów społecznościowych, że lotnictwo stara się być bardziej zielone, że przejdzie na biopaliwa, że stara się zelektryfikować całą obsługę naziemną, no jest przekazem, który nie do końca jeszcze dotarł do poszczególnych pasażerów. No i trudno się też temu dziwić, ponieważ z mojego kontaktu z czytelnikami i czytelniczkami wynika, że od momentu, kiedy zostały zatrzaśnięte drzwi kabiny pilotów i nie ma tego kontaktu z pilotami, no to w zasadzie coraz mniej się zastanawiamy. Poza osobami, które są pasjonatami lotnictwa, są spotersami, czy doskonale rozpoznają poszczególne modele samolotów, wiedzą, do jakiego samolotu wsiadają i czego się tam spodziewać, wiedzą, co dzieje się dookoła samolotu, kiedy my już spokojnie siedzimy i zapinamy pasy i obserwujemy procedury bezpieczeństwa, no to wówczas takie osoby wiedzą więcej. Natomiast większość pasażerów od pewnego czasu nie zastanawia się nad tym, co sprawia, że przenoszą się z punktu A do punktu B. I to jest też dla mnie bardzo ciekawe, że nie mieli takiego poczucia i takiej pewności, że lotnictwo jest rzeczywiście obecnie, lotnictwo cywilne, pasażerskie, jest obecnie tak skonstruowane, by być przede wszystkim operacją zapewniającą dotarcie z punktu A do punktu B. Bardzo znamiennym dla mnie momentem był moment przechwycenia samolotu nad Białorusią, zmuszenie do lądowania w Mińsku i dyskusja, która się przetoczyła wówczas w mediach. Miałem w niej tylko pośredni udział, ponieważ od czasu opublikowania książki bardzo wiele redakcji zwraca się do mnie, żebym dał im namiary na pilotów, ponieważ wszystkim do dzisiaj jest trudno je zdobyć. No i kiedy ja próbowałem w tej sprawie skontaktować z jednym z portali swoich bohaterów, no oni zdecydowanie zaprzeczyli, bo powiedzieli, że mają lepsze rzeczy do roboty, a poza tym za chwilę wypowie się ktoś z lotu, kto będzie mówił rzeczy, które raczej idą za polską racją stanu niż za faktycznym przebiegiem tego, jak powinna wyglądać procedura bezpieczeństwa na pokładzie samolotu. I rzeczywiście ku mojemu zdumieniu pilot polskich linii lotniczych wypowiedział się w ten sposób, że on absolutnie nie dałby się uziemić, tylko by uciekł tym białoruskim migom i wylądował tam, gdzie wylądować powinien. Z mojej wiedzy, którą uzyskałem, no nie jest to coś, co mógłby obecnie zrobić inny pilot niż pilot wojskowy, ponieważ bezpośrednim nakazem i tą nadrzędną wartością jest to, żeby wylądować bezpiecznie. Jeśli nie da się wylądować z przyczyn niezależnych, zewnętrznych w miejscu docelowym, to trzeba wylądować tam, gdzie uda się wylądować ze wszystkimi pasażerami zdrowymi na pokładzie. I być może też dlatego, o co również często jestem pytany, być może także dlatego, że zajmuję się na co dzień filmem i kinem, bardzo wielu czytelników pyta mnie o to, jakie piloci i pilotki lubią oglądać filmy, jak branża lotnicza patrzy na swój obraz w kinie. No był ostatnio taki serial na Netflixie, adaptacja opowiadań Dukaja i tam były rzeczy już w pierwszym odcinku, które nie miały prawa zdarzyć się w żadnej linii lotniczej. Natomiast bardzo wiele osób, z którymi rozmawiałem z branży, jako taki wzorzec kina o lotnictwie i też bohatera, który wszystkim jest bliski, pokazuje film Sally Clint'a Eastwooda o lądowaniu na rzece Hudson, no i o tym, jak rzeczywiście w tym przypadku jednostka wygrała z systemem, jak ta sytuacja nie była taka czarno-biała, jak mogłaby się wydawać, i jak inne są też procedury, które stosujemy w sytuacjach nagłych, kontrowersyjnych, krytycznych na przykład w Stanach Zjednoczonych, a w Polsce. Jak inne rzeczy czekają na kapitana, który dokona takiego niezwykłego czynu albo lądowania w niezwykłych warunkach z różnych przyczyn w Polsce i w innych krajach. Jak inna jest też ta kultura korporacyjna. To też pokazuje świetnie film Sali, którego większość rozgrywa się jednak nie w powietrzu, a w sali, nie wiem, czy do końca można ją nazwać sądową, no ale taką, w której rzeczywiście rozważane są plusy i minusy tego, o czym zdecydował Sali. No i chciałbym na koniec może powiedzieć, że dla mnie najcenniejszym doświadczeniem z kontaktu z czytelnikami i czytelniczkami są dwie rzeczy. Pierwsza to ta, że wiem o wielu pilotach i pilotkach, którzy dali się namówić i są bohaterkami i bohaterami książki, o tym, że się tym wręcz szczycą. Może nie oczywiście opowiadają o tym wszystkim na lewo i prawo, ale w wąskim gronie znajomych cieszy się renomą książka. Drugą stroną jest fakt, że czytelnicy i czytelniczki rzeczywiście bardzo często dziękują za książkę z jednego powodu, że przezwyciężyli swój lęk przed lataniem właśnie czytając tego, albo słuchając, bo jest też audiobook, czytając, jak to wygląda naprawdę i że wiedząc o pewnych rzeczach, może nie chcieliby wiedzieć wszystkiego, dlaczego tak się dzieje, ale że jednak im więcej wiedzą, tym prościej im zrozumieć pewne rzeczy. Na przykład prosta informacja o tym, że większość ostrzeżeń czy też nakazów zapięcia pasów w trakcie lotu, którym lecimy sobie na wakacje, nie dotyczy spodziewanej turbulencji, ale faktu, że pilot lub pilotka idzie za potrzebą do toalety. No to jest informacja, która spotkała się z dużym aplauzem ze strony czytelniczek i czytelników, bo na co dzień boimy się tak naprawdę turbulencji. I myślę, że też książka jednego z kapitanów, Turbulencja, która jest również wydawniczym hitem, jest godna polecenia i to dobrze, że coraz więcej takich pozycji się pojawia na rynku, bo pozwalają one odmitologizować lotnictwo i pokazać, że to jest branża, no nie jak każda inna, bo żadna nie ma takiego widoku z biura, ale branża, która naprawdę ludzkimi, a nie nieludzkimi instynktami się kieruje na co dzień. No, chociaż oczywiście wielu pilotów i pilotki narzeka, że mają pracę jak w zwykłej korporacji i czują się takimi pracownikami korporacji. No, ale to już jest tym lepsza wiedza dla wielu czytelniczek i czytelników, którzy być może pracują w korporacjach i nie ma w tym przecież nic złego. To jest świat, w którym żyjemy teraz i możemy sobie pewne rzeczy przewartościować, myślę, także czytając o tym, jaka jest wizja świata pilotów i pilotek, którzy mają taką najszerszą perspektywę, bo powtórzę na koniec, że o zmianie perspektywy chciałem napisać przede wszystkim. I widzę, że przekroczyłem już chwileczkę swój czas, więc oddam głos organizatorom, bo mam nadzieję, że też pojawią się jakieś pytania i może okazać się, że jest jeszcze inna perspektywa na temat pilotek i pilotów albo samego lecenia.
Wielkie dzięki. Cieszę się, że akurat dziś lecisz z nami. Myślę, że to, co powiedziałeś, jest też bardzo fajnym uzupełnieniem do tego, o czym słuchaliśmy dzisiaj. Były to głównie zagadnienia techniczne i technologiczne. Także jeszcze raz serdecznie dziękuję. Zapraszam wszystkich tych, którzy nas słuchają do zadawania pytań. Ja będę je konsekwentnie przekazywać, ale korzystając z tego, że jestem tu pierwszy, to jakby w trakcie słuchania też o kilka rzeczy chciałbym dopytać, doprecyzować. Wspominałeś o tym, że pomiędzy pierwszym reportażem a książką upłynęły 3 lata. Książka, przypomnijmy, pojawiła się w kwietniu tego roku, no i w międzyczasie COVID. Trochę faktycznie już o tym wspomniałeś, ale zastanawiam się, na ile to wpływa na reporterski warsztat, a na ile też na, powiedzmy, osoby, które odpytywałeś, czy z którymi rozmawiałeś, przygotowując treść książki.
Wiesz co, no, ja dzisiaj chciałem zażartować, że powinienem swoje wystąpienie przemianować na leże, ponieważ mnie dopadł co prawda nie COVID, a zapalenie zatok, ale to jest ciekawe, że akurat taka infekcja, ponieważ z tego co wiem o pilotach, to akurat na zatoki muszą szczególnie uważać i nie powinni z zatkanymi zatokami lecieć i to jest ich wróg numer 1. COVID dotknął branżę lotniczą, no o tym nie trzeba, to nie jest żadne odkrycie, oczywiście. Jeśli pytasz o to, jak wpłynął na samą książkę, no to wpłynął drastycznie, bo trzeba było ją napisać w zasadzie od nowa, a przynajmniej przestawić pewne akcenty, zmienić perspektywę roku 2019 z opisywania, jaka to wielka jest hossa. Ja miałem całą masę wypowiedzi, właściwie każdy pilot, z którym rozmawiałem, mówił w 2019 lub ostatnie rozmowy przeprowadziłem w styczniu 2020 roku, ale w Polsce, więc my wtedy jeszcze żyliśmy COVID-em jako jakąś tam nieznaną plagą w Azji. Oni wszyscy mówili, jest tak świetnie, jest taka hossa, że wszyscy czekamy na to, co spowoduje, że będzie kolejna plajta, że będzie kolejne załamanie. Niektórzy mówili, że taką jaskółką jest seria uziemień Boeingów Maxów. Inni, że upadek Thomasa Cooka, że to może pociągnąć za sobą drastyczne zmiany na rynku branży turystycznej. I lotnictwo to oczywiście odczuje. Gdzieś przeczuwali taki kryzys, no ale nikt nie spodziewał się oczywiście takiego kryzysu, jakim stał się COVID. No i on w przypadku pilotów, z którymi rozmawiałem, wpłynął niejednokrotnie tak, że zakończyli przedwcześnie swoje kariery albo zmienili lotnictwo, zmienili linię, ale w większości przypadków dzisiaj nie narzekają. Powoli się też branża odbudowuje. I myślę, że okazują się niezłymi ekspertami, ponieważ te rozmowy, które już w trakcie COVID-u zostały przeprowadzone przeze mnie, a które ukazały się w książce jako ich ocena tego, jak COVID może wpłynąć na lotnictwo i jak lotnictwo może z niego wychodzić, przeprowadziłem między czerwcem a wrześniem 2020 roku. Jeszcze z drobnymi oczywiście uzupełnieniami w lutym, marcu 2021 przed ostatecznym oddaniem książki do druku, bo niektóre rzeczy już zostały zweryfikowane wówczas negatywnie albo pozytywnie. No i okazało się, że większość rozmówców z czerwca 2020 wskazywało na 2025 rok jako ten, w którym lotnictwo może zbliżyć się do poziomów z 2019 roku, co do dzisiaj wydaje się taką prognozą bezpieczną i możliwą do osiągnięcia. Nie spotkałem się z pesymistami, którzy by mówili, że nie będzie już nigdy takiego latania. Największy pesymizm, który wyczuwam wśród też czytelniczek i czytelników, to taki, że tak samo jak zostaliśmy z kontrolami bezpieczeństwa po 2001 roku, tak po 2020 już na zawsze zostaniemy w maseczkach na pokładzie samolotu. Ale no to też jest kwestia, być może stanie się to kwestia niedługo indywidualna, być może nie, ale no to jest największy pesymizm. Myślę, że ludzie wrócili do latania, ci, którzy mogli sobie na to pozwolić, i większym, w dłuższej perspektywie czynnikiem rezygnacji z tej formy transportu nie będzie COVID i obawa przed własnym bezpieczeństwem, a możliwości finansowe i to, co zrobi z nami ewentualny wzrost cen.
Jasne, dzięki. Zdaje się, popraw mnie, jeśli się mylę, ale zdaje się, że miałeś też okazję brać udział w takim locie odmrażającym, jako dziennikarz, tak? Faktycznie tak było?
Nie, w locie odmrażającym nie. To też jest rzecz, którą mogę od razu zdementować, bo kiedy opublikowałem reportaż, to wiele osób pytało mnie, czy nie boję się jakiegoś dochodzenia, jak to się stało, że ja wszedłem do kabiny i leciałem z pilotami całą drogę. No przecież to nie jestem uprawniony. No ja mówiłem, że nie, to jest po prostu tak napisane. To nie jest napisane, że ja to widzę, to jest napisane z ich perspektywy. I podobnie jest w przypadku tego lotu odmrażającego, który jest opisany w książce. On jest opisany z perspektywy bohatera. Zresztą myślę, że nie zburzę tutaj jakiejś wielkiej tajemnicy, jeśli powiem, że też część z tych ludzi, którzy w tym locie brała udział, jest z Trójmiasta, bo to baza trójmiejska też leciała na odmrażanie do Anglii. I ten lot odmrażający, no to jest rzeczywiście coś fascynującego, czyli wizja takiej wycieczki szkolnej dla branży lotniczej, czyli sytuacji, w której wszystkimi pasażerami są czynni piloci. To musiała być niezwykła atmosfera. No ja rzeczywiście żałuję, że nie mogłem w takim locie brać udziału i że w ogóle ten poziom dostępności nie jest dla nas do sforsowania. Ja mogę namówić pilotów do tego, żeby opowiedzieli, jak coś wyglądało, jak się działo, i proszę, żeby to robili na tyle szczegółowy sposób, by można to było tak odtworzyć, ale niestety no nie mogę sam wziąć udziału w czymś, co jest niedostępne dla osób postronnych. Tak samo nie mogłem wziąć udziału w niektórych lotach, które też zostały barwnie opisane, no ale za to dzięki Aeroklubowi Warszawskiemu mogłem w tym roku pierwszy raz sam wziąć ster w ręce i tuż przed premierą książki zostałem zaproszony na takie spotkanie, na rozmowę z Olą Kuc i na Bemowie lecieliśmy sobie Cessną i przez kilka minut to ja mogłem ją pilotować i było to rzeczywiście niezapomniane wrażenie, choć oczywiście pod czujnym okiem prawdziwego instruktora, który z pewnością skorygowałby mnie i sprowadził na dobry tor, gdybym zrobił coś niepoczytalnego.
Dzięki. Wspominałeś też o tym, że ten reportaż, który pojawił się przed książką, został publikowany też na rynku niemieckim. Zastanawiam się, czy tam była może inna optyka, inny odbiór? Te rzeczy są na tyle międzynarodowe, czy może faktycznie jest tak, że pewne kwestie są kontrowersyjne u nas, a gdzieś na zewnątrz zupełnie naturalne?
Myślę, że odwrotnie. Te kwestie były kontrowersyjne bardziej w Niemczech, w sensie to, jak to jest możliwe, że udało się porozmawiać, przepraszam, z pilotami, jak to jest możliwe, że oni się tak otworzyli i tak udostępnili takie dane i opowiadali o różnych procedurach. Myślę, że w Niemczech byłoby to o wiele mniej prawdopodobne, by się udało takie przedsięwzięcie. Natomiast w przypadku samego reportażu opublikowanego w Reportagen, no to wówczas po jego publikacji już dostałem dosłownie kilka maili od czytelników z Niemiec, raczej z branży właśnie, i piloci i pilotki niemieccy pisali, że ta sytuacja, która jest opisana w reportażu, to jest też sytuacja, która panuje na rynku niemieckim. Czyli myślę, że jeśli chodzi o to, jak wygląda dzień z życia pilota, to on nie wygląda inaczej w trakcie pracy w Polsce i w innych krajach europejskich.
Jasne, dzięki. Z racji tego, że już wybija zamęt godzina 16, ostatnie kończące pytanie, już trochę odpływamy od tego, o czym mówiłeś. Byli piloci i zakładam, że nie zrywasz tej relacji, ale pewnie jest już ktoś następny, jakaś nowa grupa.
No tak, dzięki takim wydarzeniom jak Aviation Hub to też można sobie uzmysłowić, że nie na pilotach i pilotkach się kończy, jak wielki jest ten cały łańcuch powiązań, jak wiele osób musi pracować na to, by jakikolwiek lot doszedł do skutku. Myślę, że nie będę też odkrywcą, jeśli powiem, że najbardziej fascynującym zawodem oprócz pilotów jest z takiego punktu widzenia laika zawód kontrolera ruchu lotniczego. I już w 2018 roku na końcu reportażu w dużym formacie była taka puenta. Jeden z pilotów powiedział, no ale już dosyć o nas, niech się pan zajmie kontrolerem, to są fascynujący ludzie. Ja rzeczywiście znam kilku kontrolerów i potwierdzam taką opinię, że to są fascynujący ludzie. Mają jeszcze więcej, ci, których znam, niezwykłych pasji poza pracą i niezwykle barwne perspektywy. Natomiast cały czas czekam na zielone światło zarówno redakcji, jak i wydawnictwa, by zająć się tym tematem. Zdając sobie też niestety sprawę z tego, że w ostatnich czasie o kontrolerach lotu w Polsce pisało się i mówiło w mediach głównie z jakichś przyczyn politycznych. I ja nie chciałbym w politykę wchodzić w swojej książce. W związku z tym też czekam trochę, aż ta sytuacja nie będzie na tyle aktualna, by kontrolerzy, wiedząc o tym, że chce z nimi rozmawiać dziennikarz, nie myśleli, że ja będę ich wypytywał głównie o jakieś incydenty i sytuacje, do których doszło w ostatnim czasie, ale że to ma być taki szerszy obraz.
Super, bardzo Ci dziękuję, że byłeś dzisiaj z nami.
Ja dziękuję.
I wszystkim tym, którzy byli z nami przez 2 ostatnie dni. Jeszcze raz wielkie dzięki w imieniu Invest in Pomerania, wszystkich partnerów inicjatywy Aviation Hub Pomerania. Słuchajcie, mam nadzieję, że w przyszłym roku spotykamy się już fizycznie. Już teraz zapraszam Was do Trójmiasta. Szczegóły na pewno wkrótce, także jeszcze raz bardzo, bardzo wielkie i serdeczne dziękuję. Gratulacje dla wszystkich, którzy tutaj z nami współpracowali, występowali. Wspominałeś o tym, że trudno było dotrzeć do niektórych osób, pracując nad tą książką, więc jakby trud organizatorów tej konferencji też w jakiś sposób został podniesiony poziom wyżej. Także wielkie dzięki, wszystkiego dobrego i do zobaczenia w przyszłym roku.
Do zobaczenia.
Thank you, everyone. Switching back to English. So to officially close the conference, I would like to thank all our participants, all our speakers, amazing presentations, inspiring talks, all our partners, Boeing, Cyclades, Smart for Aviation, Lufthansa Systems Poland, Gdańsk Lake Walesa Airport, Invest GDA. Thank you so much for your engagement. We hope to see you soon. We're constantly coming up with new ideas, and we hope to see you at our webinars and other meetings. So please, let's stay in touch. Follow us on social media. We hope to see you very, very soon. So thank you once again, and see you.